comment opportunities, please, you'll be able to speak through the webinar link or by phone, depending on your method of access to this meeting and the device that you have available. Both the phone number and the web link are available on the published agenda in the public notices and in the public notices section of the city website. For phone access tonight, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. This information is also available on the published agenda. It's in the public notices section of the city website and on the broadcast of this meeting on CTN channel 16, AT&T channel 99, and online at a2gov.org/watchctn, and then you'd select the government channel. Item 2 is our roll call. Mr. Leonard, will you please help with that?
Yes, happy to. Commissioner Mills.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Gibb-Randall.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Abrams. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Dish.
Here in Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Clark.
Here from Ann Arbor.
Commissioner Weich.
Here in Ann Arbor.
We have a quorum, 7 members present. A reminder to the commission, it takes 6 affirmative votes to pass an affirmative recommendation to the council.
Great. The next item on our agenda is introductions, and I think we do have one today since we're seeing a new face populate our Hollywood squares. Welcome, Commissioner Weich. Do you wanna, I don't know if you came prepared for this, but I was wondering if you want to give just a little bit of a bio so we can get to know you.
Sure. I'll just ask your patience with my kids as we transition. It's in that special zone, and maybe there is a full moon coming, so we'll just blame that. So I'm Donnell Weich. I'm the Reverend Donnell Weich. I'm the senior pastor of the Vineyard Church of Ann Arbor. I've been a resident in Ann Arbor since 1997. I live on what is this? The southwest side near Pioneer. And I've been involved in a lot of things within the city. Our church community serves the houseless on Friday nights in Liberty Plaza. I've advocated for affordable housing with the Religious Action for Affordable Housing. I helped advocate for the development of the Viridian project that is going in on Platte Road. Right now, I am serving on Ellie Savitt's racial equity team. And so we've been influential with him and some of his policy changes. I created a new organization called the Warrant Resolution Project. And so we're helping Washtenaw County residents resolve their outstanding warrants before the courts. And we're going to start in October in the 14B court with Judge Washington. And let's see, what else am I doing? I do a lot. I'm the past president of the board of the Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice, where I served for 6 years. I love Ann Arbor. We have 3 kids that are in the public schools here. We own a home in the Lansdowne neighborhood, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to serve my community.
Well, we appreciate having you on, and I'm sure you'll get to know us a little bit, and we look forward to working with you every Tuesday night. So thank you in advance for your service. Great. Mr. Leonard, there's no other introductions, right? Okay. Item number 4 then is approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve? Moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Weich. Is there any discussion of the motion? All those in favor, raise your hand or say yes. Yes, I see all hands, so that carries. Next, item number 5 is the minutes of the previous meeting. We have minutes from 2 meetings. May I have a motion to move them together, which is to approve the minutes of June 1st, 2021 and July 22nd, 2021. Moved by Commissioner Weich, seconded by Commissioner Gibb-Randall. Is there any discussion of the minutes? All in favor of the motion, please say aye or raise a hand. I see everybody's hand now. Great. Though motion carries. Next up, item 6 are all of the reports. Council Member Dish, could you start us off?
I have 2 pieces of good news. Last night, council approved the outdoor lighting ordinance amendment, or yes, it was, oh, first reading. Thank you. We actually discussed it a little bit on first reading so that we could all express our enthusiasm for how amazing it is. So I don't anticipate any problems with that. And then another ordinance for first reading was the home occupations ordinance. And Commissioner Mills knows this, that from some comments we received from a constituent, Mr. Leonard and I discussed making an amendment to permit some outdoor activities, not by name, but just to permit outdoor activities as long as they could not be nuisances and not generate dust and all vibrations and all of those other things that we worry about. And that amendment did pass. And so second reading, we'll consider it. We had also wanted to remove noise from the home occupations amendment, where we talk about things that are prohibited, feeling that there aren't very many home occupation uses that you could actually do outside without having a little bit of noise go over the property line. And so we wanted to leave it to the city's noise ordinance more generally to regulate the noise from home occupations. But unfortunately, council members did not want to buy that. And so there is a perception that our current noise ordinance really isn't doing the trick. And I think that influenced those concerns. And so anything that we can do to fix that one, spiff that one up. But I know we're very busy, so I'm not putting that on our agenda. I'm just saying that, and I think it's very tricky. I think the whole issue of noise, it's you know, what I hear is noise, another person might hear is my neighbor's practicing with their band, and isn't that great? So, and I do have neighbors with a band. So that's, but to me, I think both of those things are good news. They're both passing on to second reading. And I think the noise part will get debated on second reading. And I think that that's all that would interest you. There were some other interesting things, but, and as usual, I invite Mr. Leonard to augment.
Mr. Leonard, do you have anything to add?
I think Commissioner Dish did a great job of a summary of last evening. On the horizon, well, one, in the past, I want to follow up on a communication I had with the Planning Commission, and my apologies to the Commission and to petitioners. The July 22nd meeting of the Planning Commission, we learned that a web link, an incorrect web link was posted. While the meeting was recorded, it is available for viewing, and there was an incorrect web link, and thus I have elected to reconsider those items to make sure that they're done appropriately, where the public has the opportunity to weigh in on those. That resulted in the rescheduling of a proposed annexation and rezoning petition that will be appearing on your next agenda, because we are renoticing that to make sure the public is aware of that. And then 2 business items on this agenda, the election of officers and bylaws. So just my apologies to the Commission and the public for having to repeat that business. And then for the upcoming working session next week, we anticipate that we're going to have 2 pre-planned unit development petition presentations to the Planning Commission. This is a required first step before a petitioner might seek PUD zoning. One is for 340 Depot Street, and the other one is for 350 South 5th, which is the former Y lot. That is a project actually being initiated by the city itself. So both those will be on the agenda next week. And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there any other commissioner officers or committee liaisons that have reports this month? I'll just report back that the Ordinance Revisions Committee, that's the ORC, which meets the 4th Tuesday of the month, did meet last or the last Tuesday of July. Yes, we're in August. We talked about the TC1 rezoning, so a list of potential parcels in and around the State and Eisenhower area that staff is reaching out to start discussions about rezoning, and kind of the communications plan for that, and public input associated with that. One of the changes, or one of the things that came out of that, was reaching out not just to those affected parcels, but also their neighbors, to let them know what was going on and start conversations. And then there will be more public engagement beyond that. And then we also talked about parking regulations. That's something that's on our work plan, and kind of stepping through the past of parking regulation changes in the city, and kind of getting our feedback, ORC's feedback on, you know, where to start. And so the idea of parking minimum, eliminating parking minimums was on the list. Also looking at maximums, discussion about whether it should be all districts or some districts, how this intersects with, you know, particular along transit corridors. So their staff laid out a work plan kind of going forward with communications to ORC, and, you know, kind of a timeline. So that was discussed last week. All right. Seeing no other communications among our communications from officers or commissioners, I'd just like to say that we did receive a number of written communications that were emailed out and are now kind of on the packet online, in the communication section online. So just to highlight that. Item number 7 is public comment. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about an issue that's not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. So tonight we'll be having 3 public hearings: the West Stadium proposal, the Research Park Drive proposal, and then the proposed changes to the Unified Development Code for site plan review thresholds. If there's anything else that you would like to address Planning Commission on, now is the appropriate time to provide that comment. You can speak by pressing *9 if you're listening by phone. You press *9 on your phone, and that will allow you to raise your hand. If you've joined us through the webinar link through Zoom, then you can use the raise hand feature. For people who are watching online, you can call us to call into the meeting by dialing 877-853-5247 and then entering meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will call on you either by calling the name that Mr. Leonard sees on Zoom, or by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When you're unmuted, please try to move to a quiet area and mute any background sound, especially if you are watching us through a live stream on TV. When speaking or at the beginning of your comments, please also state your name and address. And I see some hands up, so we can start promoting folks.
Caller with the phone number ending with 955. Caller with the phone number ending with 955. You have 3 minutes to address the phone.
Hello, Commissioners. Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place in Ward 2. I was originally calling to speak on West Stadium Boulevard, but while I'm here on a separate topic, and that parking has been mentioned, I feel compelled to chime in. I guess I would just encourage you to take the broadest possible view of what the community's vision for automobile use is in the city in terms of new developments. I think parking sparks a lot of emotion among people like, frankly, like me and my neighbors, you know, when there's talk of eliminating minimums or putting in maximums, because I patronize places that have parking, and you know, it sounds threatening, but you know, of course, this is all having to do with new development, and I think the looming question is: do we want? Right now, we require a lot of parking. We require suburban style development everywhere except downtown. And, I think that does not comport with the plans that have been developed in the past several years, or the master plan, frankly, which is quite old at this point, but still says less auto-dependent uses. So I think the petition about West Stadium later also begs the same question. If we're in the process of rezoning corridors, which may take a long time, do you want to see new developments coming in with the parking that we currently require? And to me, I think it's a really urgent, very urgent issue for climate reasons, for housing reasons, for walkability reasons, that I think no new development should be allowed to have the kind of parking that we require right now. So I would encourage you to take a broad and aggressive look at what's possible. And I'll speak to you in another few minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. If anyone else is on the telephone and wants to provide a public comment now, you can press *9 on your phone. Those who have joined via Zoom to provide a public comment on something that we don't have a public hearing on, you can use the raise hand function. I am not seeing any, so I will close this opportunity for public comment. And to remind you, in addition to the public hearings, we'll also have another opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting. Item number 8, Mr. Leonard, can you update us on what the public hearings are for our next business meeting?
Yes, for the next business meeting.
Your audio is really bad for me, and it looks like I've got head nods, so it's not just me.
Sorry about that. Is this better if I'm a little bit closer?
Yes.
Yeah, my apologies. For the next regular business meeting, the 17th. Yes, August 17th. We have a full slate of business for you. New public hearing items on 336 South Ashley. This is a proposed site plan for city council approval to enclose the front porch of a 0.076 acre site, zone D2. We have a proposed modification to existing plan unit development at 700 Tappan Street. This is a petition to revise the PUD supplemental regulations to remove a requirement that a curb cut be closed on that site. Both these two are related to recent marijuana facilities that have been approved. We have a third hearing for proposed development at Mill Creek Townhomes. This is a request to rezone the 32.6 acre Mill Creek Townhome site from R3 townhouse dwellings to R4B multifamily dwelling. The site currently contains 281 dwelling units and a community center, and the site plan would propose to construct 102 more dwelling units in 4 buildings and renovate the community center. And then finally, the reappearance of 3090 Geddes Avenue annexation and zoning for city council approval. This is the proposal to annex a 1.5 acre site in Ann Arbor Township to the city of Ann Arbor and zone it R1A. This is a renotice of the petition previously considered on the July 22nd.
All right, thank you very much. Now we are on to 9A, our regular business. So first up will be the 2040 and 2060 West Stadium Boulevard site plan for city council approval and special exception use permit for a drive-through. Our standard procedure is that the petitioner will have up to 10 minutes to provide an overview of the project and introduce it to us. Followed by a staff presentation. Mr. Chang will fill in any planning related details and zoning details that we might need. We'll have the public hearing, and then we'll have discussion among planning commissioners. So it looks like.
Yeah, Mr. Havera, is anybody from your team going to be doing a visual presentation?
Primarily doing the first part of it, and then Ted Hirsch from MCI, and then David Nims will be there as well.
Okay, so all of you will have distinct video. I just need to authorize one of you for your PowerPoint if you're doing any visuals.
Yeah, I'll be doing, I can handle through the visuals. So do you want me to bring up the visuals then?
Yeah, why don't you? Hold on, just let me give you. The
Okay. Yeah, we were a little confused as to whether we were going to do that or Chris was going to do that, so.
I am prepared to upload the PowerPoint also, so I'll leave it up what's the most convenient.
Give me a second, Chris. I should be ready
Okay.
to go. I think we got it. Is it there?
It looks good.
All right. Thank you again for allowing us to come before you. We were back, I believe, last December with a plan that had a 4-story storage facility on it, as well as the proposed branch retail and office building. We have since made some changes to that, but real quick again, I have myself, Sean Havera, I'm with North Stadium LLC. We're serving as the owner's representative. For North Star Ann Arbor Properties LLC, we have David Sass, who is the president there. Then we have Tom Covert and Ted Hirsch from Midwestern Consulting, as well as Tina Fix, who are with Midwestern Consulting. Then David Nims with Hobbs and Black Architecture, and then PM Environmental is also assisting us on the environmental side of the equation. We've been through this before, but obviously I know I've seen some new faces from the last time. So we are along the West Stadium Boulevard corridor, currently zone C2B and parking along the rear portion of our property. Currently this corridor consists of an existing mixed use of mixture of commercial, retail, and restaurant type businesses. And then the master plan does call for specific types of stadium commercial corridor. So this location is consideration of why this facility is looking at for a brand retail location as well as office. Again, the proximity to commercial and retail and restaurant businesses. We've already, heard from a few that, with North Star going there, they would look at moving their banking over to them. There's also proximity to the residential neighborhood that abut us to the east. We're also nearby Jackson Road and I-94. There are several Ann Arbor bus routes along there as well. And then also the configuration does lend itself very well. So this is the existing facility. There's a vacant dealership there. Natural features on the site. There is one landmark tree that is in this area, which is off site, which we will be protecting. And also too, that the current facility is in the process of being demoed actually as we speak. For the proposed development, we did get rid of the 4-story storage unit. Currently at this point in time, we are proposing to just make this a vacant piece of property, which we would then sell off to someone else to do a future development. And then we would focus on the bank office building back in the same corner of which it was previously. Previously, there were 3 drive-throughs. We have since reduced that to 2. Let's see. In regards to the EV ordinance, we have a total of 6 EV stations, 6 ready and 7 capable. We have 45 that are required parking, and then 52 that was based upon a look at not only the retail portion for consumers here, but then also the second floor office as well. We are in the process as part of this too. We will be granting various easements to the north parcel. One of those primarily being a ingress egress easement, so that in the future, should anybody develop this site and whoever that may be, it would limit curb cuts for them. And then this would serve as the main curb cut into the facility. From a landscape buffer standpoint, and I can jump in there if I do anything wrong, we have the conflicting land use buffer along the rear portion of the property. And then we have moved the street trees to be on our side of the parcel. That is part of the ZBA variance request that we're need to be requesting because if you're aware of South Stadium, there aren't currently street trees that are along that road, and the landscape modification ordinance does not allow for that type of a variance to be granted underneath that. Additionally, because the site is contaminated, we do need to request a variance for bioretention islands, which I believe Brett and Chris can address. I believe planning is in favor of both of those variances. Site utility standpoint, we've worked with engineering on all of the stormwater detention would be contained on site. This will be an enclosed chamber due to the contamination on site. Our water service leads would be off of Stadium, as well as we will be extending the sanitary service down and then up and then over to the facility. From a due care standpoint, this was a question that came up. Chris was asking, so we wanted to include a site. So we do primarily have petroleum-based contamination on the site. If you're familiar with VOCs, those tend to drop as they dissipate. However, we do need to treat everything as contaminated as we begin to excavate. So any excavated soil would be stockpiled and characterized. If we're able to label it as clean, then that would then be taken to a clean portion of the landfill. If not, then obviously it would be taken to the contaminated landfill. Any soil we do stockpile on site, we would need plastic sheeting and to contain it. Any groundwater that is contained, we dispose of in an approved manner, and there's a variety of manners. The northern parcel, as we said, what we would be doing is we'll be removing 6 inches of the existing fill and backfilling that in with clean soil and seeding it, along with a demarcation barrier for future, whoever futurely develops it. Any of the trenches, the appropriate mitigation barriers in place for those, as well as any utility pipes will be utilizing the necessary types of gaskets that are required to be done. Additionally, during this period, PM Environmental will be retaining to handle and oversee this for us as well. So this was the previous development with the 4-story storage building, with the office building here, which originally was 3 stories. And as we've noted, we've removed the storage facility and we have lowered down the building from a 3-story to a 2-story. Part of that was to, again, reduce the parking requirements that were necessary as in the current ordinance as well. We did have our citizen participation meeting. The citizens greatly appreciated us lowering that down, even though some of the homes, they said you would still be able to see some of the building from the second floors of homes in the back, but they did greatly appreciate lowering it down from 3 to 2. In regards to sustainability efforts, we are utilizing a VRF HVAC system. And then we will be also using high efficiency lighting and controls, along with high efficiency water fixtures, and then also ensuring that there's an energy efficient building envelope as well. So what we were asking for is for approval for the site plan for the redevelopment, support for the variances for the trees and the bioretention, and then the approval of the special use for the drive-through. And that is all I have. I believe Mr. Chang did send along 2 information pertaining to our response to the various components of the A20 plan, as well as support for information from Mr. Sass in regards to what they've seen in regards to the use of drive-throughs, especially during what we've experienced over the last year, which is evidenced by this meeting as well, that social distancing, and that is still a key component of the world we live in right now. And that's what we have.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Chang.
Okay, thank you. That was a very good presentation, Mr. Rivera. I would just add a couple of points since we do have a new Planning Commission member. Welcome aboard, Commissioner Weich. First, the rear of the property, it's also Zone P for parking. So there's about a 100-foot wide strip that's not being rezoned as it was in the previous submittal. So, you know, that's still about, there's a conflicting land use buffer with the landscaping, but there's also that P zoning, which at this time, unless they go in and rezone it, they've got a 100-foot buffer from doing any type of building construction on. I'd also reiterate that there are 2 variances that are required as part of this proposal. One being the street trees up front. It's really because there's just no room between the sidewalk and the road to actually plant the trees. So they're going to plant them on their own private side of the property, and also for the bioretention islands due to the contamination on site. That is scheduled for those out there that are interested for the August 25th ZBA. Our city forester who did the reviews has supported those proposed variances. I think maybe something else that the Planning Commission, at least for the new member may be interested, the special exception use that is required for the drive-through. And it only gets approval through the City Planning Commission. So if the drive-through is approved tonight as a special exception use, then it will move on to City Council for the site plan portion. And I think that's about all I can think of off the top of my head, but I am open to any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chang. So we'll have the public hearing next, and then we'll have our discussion and questions for Mr. Chang. This is the opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed 2040 and 2060 West Stadium site plan and special exception use permit. If you wish to address the Planning Commission on this item, please press *9 if you are listening by phone, or use the raised hand feature if you're viewing this through the web link. If you're watching us online or on TV and would like to provide a public comment during the public hearing, you can call in now. The call-in number is 877-853-5247, and our meeting ID is 977-6634-1226. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand, calling on you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number or by the name as it appears in Zoom. And once you're unmuted and allowed to speak, please move to a quiet area, mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly, and please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments.
Mr. Westfall, caller with the phone number ending with 955, still I presume. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hello again, Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. You know, it's always a positive sign when folks want to redevelop in the city and invest in our community. Unfortunately, I strongly believe this is not an appropriate place for a drive-through. Several years ago, we made drive-throughs citywide special exception uses because we wanted to help encourage walkability and less auto-intensive uses. So that's why folks have to come for an extra permission to have a drive-through. And as you know, this stretch of stadium, along with many others in the city, are being slated for, or in the queue for TC1 rezoning. So just as a review for the reasons, the criteria that are supposed to be used to justify a special exception use, one of them is that it's consistent with the general objectives of the city master plan. With regard to that, I think, as we all know, there were several pages of the different aspects of the master plan that were used to justify TC1 and the creation of the TC1 district. And among those is walkability and restriction of drive-throughs and reducing auto-oriented land uses like drive-throughs. These are all verbatim from different elements of the master plan. And not to mention things like the climate action plan and other plans that discourage drive-only businesses or businesses that encourage drive-through uses. Another criteria for approving a special exception use is that it's compatible with the existing and planned character of the general vicinity. Well, clearly this has appeared in our literature as a place that we are planning to change the character of the general vicinity. And another criteria is that it won't have a detrimental effect on the natural environment. And as our carbon neutrality plan states, these types of uses increased driving, and that has a detrimental effect on the natural environment. So there's only really one criteria where I think this could be justified to be built, and that's that it's consistent with the general character of the current neighborhood. So I think most of the criteria it fails to meet for special exception use. So I'd urge you to deny the special exception use, and hopefully in a future iteration, these folks would come back asking for a TC1 rezoning and build on both parcels and not just one.
Thank
Thanks
you.
again for your time.
Thank you very much. If you've dialed in and would like to make a comment, you can press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom and want to make a comment, you can use the raise hand function.
Hello, my name is Adam Juskevich. I live at 1430 Las Vegas Drive in Ward 4, just off the West Stadium corridor. I bike or walk past this parcel on my way to Arbor Farms, as well as other businesses to the north along the corridor. And I agree with the previous caller in asking that you deny the special exception use permit for a drive-through on West Stadium. It is with good reason that our city has made drive-throughs a special exception use. Drive-throughs are not good for people biking or people walking, and there are already a lot of drive-throughs along this corridor. I believe 6 or 7 banks and 3 fast food restaurants. Additionally, this area is planned to be one of our transit corridor zoning districts with dense, walkable urban development. A drive-through is just not appropriate in this area. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you very much. If anyone else would like to make a comment, please use the raise hand function or press *9 on your phone to indicate that. All right, seeing no one, I will move on to reading the motions. I have a question actually, Mr. Leonard. We have 2 different motions, 2 different goals. If we wanted to take them separately, should I still read both of them now, or what's the process?
I think that you could read them both now, but then if desired, what I would suggest, if they're moved and supported now together, you would take action then, if desired, to split them with an amendment to do that. Or if you are of the mind that you would prefer to take them independently, I would suggest moving and seconding the first, discussing that motion, and then we would move on to the second.
Okay. I'm going to read them both, and then we'll decide the first item for business if somebody wants to separate them out so that we vote on the drive-through function versus the special exception use versus the site plan separately. We can do that once we start that discussion. Okay, so the 2 of them. The first one, the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission, after hearing all interested persons and reviewing all relevant information, finds the petition to substantially meet the standards in Chapter 55 Unified Development Code, Section 5.29.5 Special Exceptions, approves the 2060 West Stadium special exception use for a 2-lane drive-through bank facility with the following condition. 1, approval of the 2060 West Stadium site plan by the City Council. This approval is based on the following findings. 1, will be consistent with the general objectives of the city master plan of commercial uses in the area. 2, the proposed use will be consistent with the C2B business service district, which provides for commercial and retail activities as well as office uses. 3, the proposed use will not adversely impact traffic, pedestrians, bicyclist circulation, or road intersections based on the location. The proposed use is consistent with other surrounding uses' traffic impact. So that's the first motion. And then the second is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the 2060 West Stadium site plan, subject to 1, combining the subject lot with 2040 West Stadium, 2, dividing the subject parcel from the parent parcel, 3, grading and building permits not issued until the existing dealership building is demolished, 4, relocation of street trees outside the public right-of-way and elimination of bioretention islands by the Zoning Board of Appeals. Can I have a commissioner move those motions? Moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Now we are in discussion. Does anybody care to take them separately? I want to make that motion.
You could start with discussion of both of them, and then if after in the deliberation
Later on.
decided to amend, you could always take that step then.
Okay, and I don't know, again, if it's my wonky internet. No, it's Mr. Leonard. I don't know what happened tonight, but okay. Does anybody want to kick off discussion? Commissioners? Or questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Weich.
Can you repeat the section of the UDC that you noted in the reading of the motion, or if there's a visual of the reading of the motion, I could just refer to that.
So the section that's specific about site plan, I think that was to me, so I'll do that.
Yeah,
that
when you read it, you said 5.25, but I didn't get the third point, and there's only 3, and so I'm just trying to locate it inside the UDC.
At least what I got from the motion was 5.29. I could have misspoken.
29.
0.5.
Ah, there we go. Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
I wrote 525.5, so that's what I was looking for, and I couldn't find it.
I'm sure that language is also in the attached staff report.
I can't hear you, Brett. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It is also in the attached staff report attached
Yes,
to the.
got it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's at
I've
the
got
beginning
about
of all.
12
Yeah.
documents open right now, so I'm just moving through them.
Great. Commissioner Dish.
I would like to hear more about the staff rationale for recommending approval of the special exception use.
Yeah.
I do feel that this, while it is not subject to, well, nobody is subject to TC1 zoning unless they want to be at this moment. Granting this use does move away from the direction that we're trying to go by creating that designation. And I wasn't fully persuaded by the petitioner's argument that they don't have a drive-through at their other site, and unless I misunderstood something. And so this was something that they felt that their patrons would want. And also they made a strong COVID argument. And I recall us talking about COVID making us maybe have different feelings about drive-throughs than we all had 2 decades ago, or whenever it was that the pandemic started. But so I am not necessarily opposed to it, but I want to make sure that we thoroughly examine that decision before making it. Not that I shouldn't even bother saying that, because Planning Commission always does.
I heard that directed to staff. So I want to acknowledge that I see the petitioner's hand, and after staff, if a planning commissioner wants, Commissioner Dish, if you would like the petitioner to respond, you are welcome to invite that, but let's go to staff first.
Yes, so I think it was previously mentioned, there's those 5 items that is part of the special exception use. And I'll just list them off, but they may be subjective for our conversation for the Planning Commission, because the first one will be consistent with the general objectives of the master plan. So it does recommend retail commercial type uses generally as far as the master plan. Number 2 will be designed, constructed, operated, maintained in a manner that is compatible with the existing and planned character of the general vicinity. Clearly, there's a lot of banks in this area, and there are drive-throughs in this area, whether it's fast food or with banks. But again, we're going to have that discussion. Will be consistent with the general character of the neighborhood, considering population density, design, scale, and bulk, and the intensity and character of the activity. I recall that the previous submittal was with either 3 or 4 drive-through lanes. They did come back and reduce them with 2, and they have added more bicycle parking. Will not be detrimental to the use, peaceful enjoyment, economic value, or development of neighboring property, or the neighborhood area in general. As previously mentioned, there is a 100-foot buffer. There is no connection between these two sites as far as a cut through from the neighborhood to over here. That's really quite separate. This is more auto oriented, but it does also have bus stops, sidewalks, bicycle lanes. And then finally, it says we'll have a detrimental effect on the natural environment. There are no natural features being impacted on this site. So we can have that conversation on all 5 of those points, and maybe there's some more information that I could add for some background. And it looks like it's possible when it's open that the petitioner also has his hand up and may be able to elaborate.
Commissioner Dish, did you want, you also asked questions about our discussion around COVID and some of the others.
I mentioned those things largely by way of prompting other commissioners to remember what our considerations were. These A through E conditions, they're helpful, certainly, and I appreciate them. I don't think that they get at the concern that's being raised about facilitating more autocentricity, if that's a word. So I would be happy to hear from the petitioner.
Yeah, he may, or the team may have more information on, they may have some COVID related numbers as far as traffic increases at drive-throughs, maybe since the pandemic in the last 16, 17 months. So that may be helpful. He's got some background, but until he's called upon, we can wait and see.
Yeah, I'm happy to invite his participation. Thank you, Mr. Chang, very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
All right, I'm going to address some of it. I'm going to allow David Sass. He may have more of the actual data. But one of the things that we asked Mr. Sass to do is obviously outline the way that they have seen COVID impact their business and moving forward. So their current facility does, if you're correct, Ms. Dish, does not have a drive-through. They've polled their customers in the area and have found that there is a strong desire to have a drive-through. They have found that much like a great deal of financial institutions, that for a substantial amount of time, that was the only way that customers were able to do business. Financial institutions were through drive-throughs due to the pandemic. I know that my financial institution street, it does not have a drive-through, and I go into the facility every time that I go in because I don't want to have to be social, close to people if I don't necessarily have to. And this may be with us for still some time. There may be another pandemic as well in the future, and a lot of the businesses that did survive through the pandemic were those that had and utilized drive-throughs. I think the other important factor in regards to the climate action plan is that as you're seeing more and more electric vehicles becoming more prevalent, that people are still, as part of this pandemic, have developed this routine and this habit, if you will, of how they conduct their business. I have an electric vehicle myself. I prefer to go through drive-throughs as much as I can versus having to get out of my vehicle, go into a restaurant if I don't have to. Again, all COVID related. So I think COVID has completely upended a lot of the thinking I feel around how we have to look at drive-throughs in regards to the greater health and safety of our community. So I don't know, David, if you have any more specific data, if you would there in regards to that, David.
Mr. Sass. Also, I don't know, again, acknowledging, I don't know if it's me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know I could unmute myself. My apologies. Yeah, so what we've seen is not only, as Sean alluded to, the fact that we had to remain drive-through only for many, many, many months, probably closer to 10 to 11 months, just drive-through only, just to deal with this pandemic. But what that's done is that's changed consumer habits completely. The people that generally, and we're in areas, trust me, we're in areas that were more, I'll say, walk up. We're in very small cities up in the thumb, things like that, where walking up and dealing with your banker was generally part of the day. We're seeing considerable amount of drive-through traffic just in those areas as well. I don't have specific numbers, but I would be willing to bet over half the people that used to walk up are now using drive-throughs only because they saw this as a convenience and they could still see their banker, so to speak, but also have the convenience of driving through and taking less time to out of their day to conduct a transaction. I don't see this changing. This is industry wide. We look at data all the time as far as what this looks like. We're not the only bank in the area, and we're certainly not the only bank in the nation that's experiencing this. This is definitely industry wide. We took in consideration the fact that this area is, so opposed to drive-throughs, and we originally had 3. We knocked that down to 2 while making a multi-purpose lane, not only to be manned, but also to be a ATM as well on the wall. Is a little more inconvenient for us, sure, but we're willing to do that for the city and their cause. So I don't see this changing. And as Sean alluded to, as far as the environmental impact, people will eventually probably be driving electric vehicles, and those electric vehicles will be going through drive-throughs. I don't see combustion engines lasting the next 50 years. So again, we intend to be in this community for 50 years or more. We don't have no desire to be anywhere else. And as Sean also told you, we don't have a drive-through now, and our customers have been really asking for a drive-through, both commercial, which is we are primarily a commercial bank, but also our retail customers. So I think it's definitely necessary to have a drive-through in this type of an operation. God forbid we have another pandemic. Otherwise, that we've had to shut down retail centers just because of that. So.
Commissioner Dish, anything else right now?
No, I cede the.
We don't technically, I mean, you can do that. We're not quite that formal. Commissioner Clark, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. So I have to say I am a bit being skeptical on this contributing towards our objectives of the master plan. I think that's really the key word is the objectives of the master plan, which it's about the future direction of the development, not what currently stands there. Just because there's drive-throughs there right now doesn't mean that's what we want to promote in the future. And the objective of the master plan of being more walkable, more connected neighborhoods, this works directly against it. It's less than 400 feet from a fairly dense residential neighborhood directly behind it. Putting in a drive-through would potentially separate that neighborhood further from the commercial corridor and other services like the family-oriented things like the Goldfish Swim School directly across the street. Having to walk through a drive-through to get there, kind of miserable. This site is also right next to the Zalgaz, the Grotto Social Club, where there's lots of events. That's also, again, a pretty community-oriented business that right next to it appears to be just like a vacant parcel for now, and then drive-through, it takes it in a direction that I do think is directly contradicting to the objectives of the master plan. And we made special exceptions, drive-throughs requiring special exceptions for a reason. That decision was made that they're not in line with the master plan. And I think it's pretty important to follow through on this. And then finally, my last point is that this is defined as a signature transit corridor and a focus corridor in the transportation planning documents. And it identifies it specifically as one of the priority areas for increasing public transit. Adding more curb cuts with people coming in and out through a drive-through will slow down traffic along a key route that we're supposed to be increasing routes per day on buses. That directly contradicts all of our goals in the transportation plan. So I think there's a number of reasons to that this is not consistent. Oh, and then also on page 62 of the transportation plan, it also, stadium in this area is defined as a proposed bike network. It's a major routes. And again, putting in a drive-through with traffic coming and going is inconsistent. Finally, if we're talking 50 years in advance, I'm going to go ahead and guess that a drive-through isn't going to be as relevant as mobile banking. So given how notoriously difficult financial buildings are to redevelop because of the safes and that you have to build around them, I feel like there's little community benefit for another, large, difficult to remediate site with a drive-through that's inconsistent with our master plan.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Clark. Other questions, discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Wycheck, no, Weich, sorry. It'll take me a minute to.
Can you hear me? I switched my microphone. Is it coming
Yes.
through? Okay. So a couple questions, and thank you, Commissioner Clark, because you covered almost everything I was going to attempt to say, but you said it way better. So I appreciate going after you. A couple questions for staff. One, can you just tell me what district this proposal is in now?
C2B, which is the Business Service District.
Okay, C2B.
B
All
is
right.
the zoning designation.
Yep. And then I wanted another question for staff. Is there any relationship between this development and site with the drive-through related to the parking? So I saw that there was, I think, more parking than it was reduced, and then the biking was increased. And I wondered if there's still 52 parking spaces and the request for the drive-through, what's the relationship between the need for that many parking spaces and the argument of the petitioner that the business is going to be largely conducted through a drive-through structure? Those things seem to be at odds with each other. So I'll just pause there to see.
So the minimum required parking for this proposal is 45 spaces and the maximum is 57. So we do have a range for this type of use, which is going to be bank and office. So the question being, with the drive-through related, I think, if people are using the drive-through, they're entering and exiting the site. But that parking there is more for the employees, and the second floor is going to be used for office space. So they do have additional probably 6,000 to 7,000 square feet that's above the bank.
Okay. And then are there any provisions in the unified codes that allow us to require an exhaust capture system for the idling of a vehicle in a drive-through?
We have an idling ordinance, but I'm not aware of anything that as you're queuing up to go through the drive-through, that there's anything in the city ordinance.
And there isn't any provision for us in the city ordinance to require some kind of exhaust capture for cars that would be sitting and idling?
No, although we are promoting electrical vehicle, as you can see through the parking charging stations there, but there is not.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sauvé.
I'm looking through the plans and I'm wondering, I don't see a car queue. So per the engineering, I guess I'll go to Midwest if somebody could answer this. How many cars can queue up before the access to the parking lot is obstructed?
So I guess I'll try to answer that one. So before the access to the parking lot is obstructed, so that would be through the single, the directional curb cut that's kind of mainly for the drive-through, but also for that additional parking area. So that additional parking, if there were cars queued up in that lane, it'd still be accessible through the other access point. But to probably answer the intent of your question, I believe there's enough for 2 cars in each of those drive-through lanes.
Okay. I mean, that's significantly concerning observing drive-throughs in the area. I mean, if you see a Friday at a drive-through bank, people trying to cash checks and things, they queue up around the block. I know one at the corner queues up out into the shared parking lot of a retail center. I've witnessed others along Stadium queue up out onto Stadium and then queue in the bike lane, obstructing the bike lane and the right vehicle lane as well. So it's significantly concerning to me the limited queue and then how far it will back up for anybody trying to access both the parking lot and additional drive-through space, and then blocking the corridor, especially the bike lane. If we're really trying to steer towards alternative modes of transit along this corridor, being detrimental to the bike lane does not meet the goals of not having an adverse effect of cyclists, pedestrians, everybody else. And I can see those cars overhanging into the sidewalk and bike lane and things. So unless there's a significant revision to even just how it queues, along with Commissioner Clark's like well-articulated arguments about this, I can't see a defense for how this situates. And I think to the other comments about habits changing via COVID, not all habits are good habits. And we need to break bad habits. And I think what we're doing with a lot of these ordinances and TC1 and moving things forward is it's hard to break bad habits, but they're worth doing. I didn't see any significant sustainability metrics met here. They were looking forward to discussing about composting, couldn't do solar panels, low flush toilets and things like that. Those are all pretty baseline at this point. And so if we're not doing significant sustainability measures, if we're not protecting multiple transit opportunities within these neighborhoods, it's very concerning. The arguments made seem more to bad habits and baseline than to how it's going to contribute to our community. And here we're not really vetting, what the business model is. We're looking at planning standards and, every building we look at 50 years in the future. And, I can't see how this is a benefit in 50 years in the future and how this really impacts our community in a positive way with our master plan goals. So I think that's where I stand right now. Thanks.
Commissioner Sauvé, did you need anything else from the engineering team? Okay.
Just
and I want
to, that was helpful.
Okay. I was going to say, I have some additional questions that I'll get to on that, but I'll Mr. Hirsch, just so you know, but I'll call on other commissioners first. Commissioner, who I can't remember who I saw first. I think let's go to Commissioner Hammerschmidt, Commissioner Gibrandel, and then I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner White, just so you know.
And my internet is being terrible, so hopefully you can all still hear me. Two questions I think directed at least at staff for now. I think I'm looking at this correctly. The bank drive-through would require an additional curb cut that is not currently on the site. Is that correct?
Wow, I do know they have a one-way drive that's proposed, and then it's going to exit. Are they closing up a curb cut? I'm gonna have to look at the site plan to
No,
confirm.
creating a new, it looks like,
Right,
I'm looking at
if they're
Google
creating it,
Maps.
because it will be shared with the future use. So in all likelihood, there will only be two, but they may be adding a curb cut. Let me look at the site plan. If you've got other questions, and as you call other planning commissioners, I can take a quick look.
My other question is probably also for you. I'm just curious. I mean, I know that this, discussions with this petitioner have been in the works for a while, although we've also been talking about TC1 for a while. So I'm just curious if TC1 and the fact that we were going to be rezoning or creating this new district, future rezoning, if that factored into any of the conversations at all that you've had with the petitioner, if that was ever brought up.
We had a very brief discussion about the TC1, but they moved forward with this proposal.
Okay. I don't want to rehash also what Commissioner Clark said very eloquently, and also what Commissioner Sauvé said. I mean, I have a lot of concerns, adding another curb cut, if I'm looking at this correctly, which I think I am, that's detrimental to pedestrians. I tend to agree with the, we can't, some habits are not good habits, encouraging more driving behavior, although, potentially right now during a pandemic, that is something that people feel more comfortable doing. That's also creating other public health issues. We're trying to get people out of their cars and not staying in their cars. So yeah, I would like confirmation on whether or not that extra curb cut, Mr. Chang, whenever you get a chance, is actually what I'm seeing. But that alone, I think is potentially a reason to deny this.
And looking at it, I'm just looking at the picture, and I could bring it up also, I think. They have a shared curb cut with the Zalgaz Club that's just to the north there. So I'd almost say that it's like 1.5 curb cuts here. It's a shared curb cut with the property to the north.
Right, but if I'm looking on Google Maps, like exactly where it looks like from the site plan, the drive-through would be, like the entrance to it, it looks like right now it's a curb.
Yes, that would be correct.
So they have to create a new curb cut in order to do this plan.
That is
All
correct.
right, okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gibrandl.
I guess I am not wild about the granting the special exemption use, but I don't have a problem with this being a bank, being something that is, you know, as part of the commercial corridor. I don't think there's an issue with that. I think that right now the zoning is what it is, and we have to work within that. It doesn't mean that we can't shoot towards things. I don't think we can deny it based on, you know, what it isn't right now. I would say that stadium up and down, the whole basis of it, when it was planned long ago, was having 2 driveways per lot. And that's the pattern up and down. And it's part of what makes it really tricky, I think, to bike and walk there. So that's the pattern that's there. It doesn't mean we need to repeat the pattern, but I guess what I would just say as somebody who designs too, is that it's pretty hard to have a single curb cut with the fire truck requirements that we have for the city too, because they require a big fat turnaround, and it's pretty hard to make that work without that. So this may be one of those things where, like, our standards in one area are in conflict in some ways with the way that we want things to be. And so I think it's pretty tough to make that work. So that's just something to keep in mind, I think, in terms of the curb cut question. A question that I have, and this is actually for Commissioner Mills, because I think she knows more about this than the rest of us do, is about the solar. And so, you know, for my residential solar, if I'm doing things during the day and I'm generating energy during the day, I get that at my full rate. I'm not like it's if I'm using my dryer at night and I'm pulling it off the grid, that's when I get the reduced rate that they're talking about in their letter. And so what I'm wondering is if for commercial, it's any different. If I mean, this is a bank, it's not going to be open, you know, at 10 at night. So is there any reason why they wouldn't get the full benefit of their kind of invested solar dollar if they're operating during daytime hours, that they wouldn't get there? Because they talked about the difference between, which stinks, it really does. I think those of us who have solar, it's not a great situation that DTE has reduced that difference. But does it work the same way with commercial buildings in terms of if they have, you know, if they're operating at noon and they have all their computers on and all their lights on and, you know, it's moving and shaking in there, they should be able to get their full investment out of that solar, correct? Am I right about that?
Yes. So the idea about how we don't have true net metering, right? Mm-hmm. When you have excess power from your solar panels, it doesn't run in reverse. It's you sell it back to the utility at a smaller,
right,
for a smaller amount of money than what you have to buy those same electrons back later on.
Right.
So it's no different for commercial. And okay. My hunch was the same as yours, just that the time that they would be using it would be better matched, that more of their usage is during the day than what a household would be during the sun times. A lot of this too, it just depends on how much power they're going to be using. And so like if in terms of how many solar panels, and so they would be using a whole lot more of it if it were 3 stories, right. Just because it's the same roof space, but more floor area, and so more usage. And so you just wouldn't have to, you know, as a percentage, you wouldn't be using as much of your own power because we're generating as much of your power, but you wouldn't have to worry about selling it back to the grid if you're using everything that you can generate at that time. So I don't get into the details of all of that, but it operates Commissioner Gibrandl, to your question, very similar to how your house operates.
Okay.
Or it should.
Okay. So I guess I'd be curious to hear from the petitioner about that, because it doesn't seem completely, feels a little disingenuous the way that it's written in the letter about how that would work. And I know that it's an investment, but like for my house, which I know is an entirely different situation, after 10 years, I'm not paying, I'm not paying for it. It's like all, so it's an investment, but then it pays off. And so I'm just wondering, when you all really looked at it, how did it break down for you in terms of that? Because I don't know, the letter just feels like a big, like it's just like making excuses for everything, I guess is what I read it as. It felt like sort of justifying, except for EV charging and things that are very typically done in buildings anyway. I don't know. It didn't feel like it was really looking to truly try things on and give it a try. It was more kind of coming up with excuses. And so that's my sense of how I read it. And so I'm just curious how the solar thing actually broke out, I guess. I'd be curious to hear from the petitioner about that.
Mr. Rivera, go ahead.
Yeah, looking at the roof, you do need to have a substantial amount of roof area in order to get the amount of panels to make, the economics make sense. And with the rooftop equipment that is up there currently right now, it does not leave significantly much room up there in order to get sufficient amount of panels. And that's just the reality of that situation. If you feel that's disingenuous, I apologize for that, but there are realities of the situation that come into play that you do have to have a certain amount of area to make those panels make economic sense. And so, that it just did not make economic sense for us.
So what was the payback though? Because they usually give you a return on investment in terms of years.
I'd have to go back and look. I do not know off the top of my head, Shannon.
Mm-hmm. So I guess I don't have a problem with it being a bank. I'm not wild about the drive-through thing. I will say that like COVID has added some more, I don't know, it's not quite as black and white in my mind as it was before COVID. I think Commissioner Dish was sort of like asking for our honest opinions about this, that I feel a little more gray on it now in some ways. But I do feel like in terms of the long term, this is the direction that we want to be heading is somewhere different. And so I guess what I would say in terms of the project, I don't have a problem with it being sliced off of the bottom. I don't have a problem with it being next to the neighborhood. I don't have a problem with it being a bank. I think I do have a problem with it being a drive-through. And I guess I'd like to see a little bit more effort on sustainability, but that's not something that we can really mandate. So that's where I am with the project right now.
Commissioner Weich.
Another question for staff. So, and bear with me as I'm getting up to speed with all the terminology, if you will, please. So if I heard you correctly, this is in C3 district, is that correct? No?
It's
Which
C2,
district?
C2B, which is somewhat similar to C3. So C2B,
okay.
but the rear 100 feet is zone P for parking. So there's a little bit of a buffer there.
I see. Okay, great, thank you. So as I'm looking at the UDC, and I'm now in the right place, there in whatever this is C, section 2, subsection B. In the C2B district, the drive-through facility may not be located between a street and a principal building, and the vehicular circulation to enter and exit the facility may not impair the general vehicular circulation on the site or the pedestrian circulation on and off the site. So my question is, how does that section pertain to bikes and bikers? Are the bikers considered either inside the vehicular definition or the pedestrian definition, or are they picked up in another plan that I have to pull up?
I don't think I caught the last sentence, but at least at the beginning part, at least I was thinking that, I think it was previously brought up how many cars were going to queue. The drive-through cannot be in front of the building. In this case, it is not. It's behind the building. But if it queues up and were to block, oncoming either the sidewalk or in the bicycle lane, yes, then there would definitely be an issue.
So, and do we have an answer? Okay, go ahead, Brett. I'll wait before I answer my next question. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and it's one of that's part of. Generally, I think bicycle traffic is typically considered probably more akin to vehicular traffic than pedestrian traffic. That is, and when the city transportation engineers do a review of the traffic analysis, that's one of the things that they're looking at. I can't speak to exactly how they are looking at the flow of bicycle movement on the property. I would speculate that it's in a similar manner as vehicular traffic as opposed to pedestrian, but they do account for bicycle traffic and pedestrian traffic in the overall trip generation. So in their modeling of predicting how many trips are going to be generated from this use, the petitioner is actually providing that, and our transportation engineering is looking at that and making assumptions based on sort of national data and local conditions. How many of those trips might be vehicular? How many of them might be bicycle? How many of them might be pedestrian? So I would have to follow up with more details to confirm that, but I would, again, my sense is like much of the transportation system, they are considered in a similar way as vehicular traffic.
Okay, so I think part of my questions overlap with other commissioners, meaning that if there is a queuing happening for the drive-through and those cars are now queuing onto Stadium trying to turn into the bank, they will be in violation of the UDC because they are impeding the vehicular circulation. And so that would be a means to deny this special use request.
Yeah, I think you would be echoing some of the comments that Commissioner Sobey was talking about, that the arrangement of this gives concern that that provision is going to be met and that it'll be a functional drive-through on the site.
Sure. So Commissioner Mills, you talked about breaking these into separate motions. We initially took this as a whole motion. So I will need some help for a motion to break these into parts so that we could move the general site plan forward, but have a separate motion on the SEU so that we might be able to move this petitioner's request forward.
So we would separate them out so that you can vote on them separately. And Mr. Leonard, I saw your hand raised. Is that, my sense was he just made the motion, somebody needs to second it, yeah? To separate them out?
That'd be adequate if we could start with separating them out.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. As Commissioner White's just indicated, if there's a second to split that, that would be adequate.
I see Commissioner Sauvé is separating them out. So now what we'll do is we'll discuss whether the rest of us think that's a good idea, separating them out, and we'll vote that we will indeed separate them out. So any discussion of separating them out? Okay, Mr. Leonard?
Yeah, I just want to offer one item is if they're separated and if action is taken to deny the special exception use, I just want to be clear, then you will no longer have a site plan in front of you that is going to meet the requirements. So at that point, and this might be something that you want to think about how you want to communicate to the petitioner, if the questions about the first action on the special exception use could be remedied by reconfiguration or alteration, I think that's one question. If you don't see a drive-through as appropriate for the factors in the UDC, then I think the decision would be there's two options to postpone action on the site plan until a revised site plan can be presented that is then conforming, or if the petitioner knows that without the drive-through that they're not interested in moving forward, then perhaps action just would be more expedient to deny the site plan at that point because it wouldn't meet regulations because the special exception use had not been granted. Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
Thank you.
It does, and I have can I ask a clarifying question? Am I out of order? Okay.
No, go
so the petitioner, however, has by right of staff at the start, they have a right to build because of the conforming nature of the site plan within the city code. And so what I am trying to understand is, based on what I've heard in this conversation so far, that right is no longer valid if the drive-through creates a queue which extends off of the property onto Stadium. This site plan is no longer conforming to the UDC, and therefore it can be denied by right without, so I just want to make sure that I'm reading and understanding what I'm seeing. And I think that isn't necessarily a rejection of the drive-through facility. It's that the drive-through facility is going to create a violation of the UDC. And by that articulation, I guess, we can deny this site plan.
Yeah, I would suggest looking at it a little bit differently.
Okay, great.
Because of the structure of the ordinance, this proposed development is proposed, and staff is presenting to you that it meets the technical requirements of the city code. A condition of that is your acquiescence, that is approval of a special exception use permit for a drive-through. If the question posed to the Planning Commission is your comfort that situation that you're describing will not occur, or your fear that it will occur. Based on your perspective on that and the standards of the UDC, the Planning Commission is going to make that decision that a drive-through is hereby granted, or a drive-through could be granted with some modifications, or it shall be denied. Depending on the action of that, if it is the latter of those, that is, the Planning Commission finds that based on the factors we are concerned about queuing, we're concerned about the character, the master plan, the proposed master plan and character of the area in the future, concerned about its functionality on that corridor, then by denial, this site plan, because that's been denied, does not meet the technical requirements of the ordinance because that is necessary. And so at that point, the options would be either to provide time for it to be amended to then reflect just the other standards, remove the drive-through at that point and reflect the other standards, or if there wasn't a desire of the petitioner to do that, to just deny it because it doesn't meet that standard, and then it would still ultimately progress to City Council for a determination with that recommendation. So I want to be clear, the determination is now, and that's the challenge of applying those standards and predicting whether or not you think that is a concern or not a concern. Once that decision is made one way or another, it is granted and it's a right to develop in that regard. If the Planning Commission finds that those standards are met, you're not concerned with its functionality based on whatever those standards, and it's granted. If that queuing occurs, that's not going to impact the special exception use that is granted. That is going to be a special use, and at that point, you're going to be experiencing probably some of the other examples that were referenced in some of the other comments.
Thank you for that explanation.
I think I accidentally clicked on you. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, I thought I was unmuted. I thought I was ready. I appreciate, Commissioner White, your questions as a newbie, like first time here, because I think it helps raise additional questions that we've seen a couple of these in my time, a couple of special exception uses for drive-throughs. And And now I'm wondering about this one. I don't, we still would need to discuss this particular motion further to decide on how to vote on it. But based on the conversation that we've had so far, I'm imagining that some people may fall into the camp of no, like not this design of a drive-through, and others may be not a drive-through at all. And I'm curious, Mr. Leonard, if what we're voting on for the special exception use is this design of a drive-through or the idea of a drive-through at this location?
Both. It is the drive-through at this location in this configuration.
Okay. So certainly well, right now, so that everybody's clear about kind of where we are, we're still discussing whether we should separate these things out. And I think we probably, I know that they're tied together, but I think it doesn't hurt personally to do that. Any other, and then I do have some questions because I'm kind of torn about those two camps that I was just talking about. Like, I don't know which one I'm in of the no drive-through ever here, but certainly this design I'm not comfortable with. I don't think it meets our standards. So I just want to go on the record for saying that. Any other discussion though about the idea of separating them out? All in favor of the proposed motion to separate them out? We can do this from just a hand. I don't think we need a voice vote. So if you're in favor of taking two different votes on this, one on the special exception use and one on the site plan approval, please raise your hand or say yes. I see 6 hands. Commissioner Clark, are you a yes? Okay, I see 7 hands. Okay, so we have just decided that we're going to take them separately, and all of this time, really, in my mind, we've been talking about the special exception use. So I think it makes sense to take that. I've got a couple questions about the special exception use, the drive-through, that I'd then like to ask the petitioner some questions also about how what makes sense from your perspective in terms of how we proceed. So, regarding the special exception use, I think all of you, I like going last because all of you say the smart things. This idea of queuing and demand, particularly what we heard from the petitioner that, there is high demand. We'd like 3, but we reduced it to 2, makes me even more concerned about the queuing. And the impact, not just that has on bicycle vehicular traffic, but also the pedestrians experience. But another concern that or a question, I guess, that I would have about this is the ATM, the drive-through ATM. Is that the only ATM, or will there be an ATM on the front facade as well, or somewhere else on the property? Go ahead, whoever on the development team wants to answer that.
So I'm going to tackle that one, but also I needed to make a clarification on the queuing because I think the way that Ms. Suave asked the question, I think Ted was a little bit confused. So we've been talking a little bit about that. But anyways, no. So right now the ATM is the current only current ATM is on the drive-through lane. In regards to queuing, Ted, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have. The way that Ted was answering is that there are 2 cars that could be in each lane before there was any blocking from the parking lot side of it, not the queuing that would go towards the street, which I believe we would have about 9 cars that would allow us to be able to get stacked before we would even hit stadium. So.
Got it.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that. So that was kind of my point, is that there would be 2 cars in each lane before it would essentially start to back up into the queuing lane, the one-way drive. And there would still be access through the main access point to all the parking, but there would be an additional 7 cars that could fit in that queuing lane. So 11 cars total.
Got it. For what it's worth, that still concerns me that if you want, maybe you'll only make that mistake once or twice. But the only way out of that then, if you intended to park or you need to bail because somebody in your car is melting down, and maybe that's a only parent of small kids thing that happens. But the only way out of that is to back up or wait it out. And that's what's concerning. If that were two-way, honestly, like, but I think that it's a pedestrian hazard to have a place where we know there is potential for backup, to have the only out being backing onto a busy sidewalk, onto a busy street. So that's concerning to me. Also, like, my experience of banking in COVID is that our bank that had a branch downtown where I never just went to the teller, I used the ATM, closed. And so now I am forced to use a bank that is outside of town, which upsets me greatly. But also they only have a drive-through ATM. And if I show up as a pedestrian, as I occasionally do, because I often take the bus to the west side of town, or, I mean, I recognize that I can cycle through there. But if your only ATM for pedestrians is in a place that's not aimed for pedestrians, that's concerning to me. Like, that suggests a design of a banking facility that is not intended to be pedestrian friendly. And that in conjunction with lots of the other things that other commissioners have said in terms of how this fits into our master plan, are the land use element recognizes, actually in this section on this corridor, it recognizes that the history of the zoning here was of an era where it was very auto-centric with drive-throughs. And while there are elements of there's not specific recommendations to say, like, no more drive-throughs in this corridor, that is an overall recommendation within the land use element. And for this particular corridor, there's a lot of discussion about reducing curb cuts and about making things more pedestrian friendly. And so that's where I think that this doesn't fit in the totality of our land use element. I think it's the specific design of this one that's very concerning. And just the fact, again, like, I'm not of the mind, I'm with Commissioner Gibranda, I'm not of the mind, or maybe, that drive-throughs overall don't have a place ever, and that we ought never build a new one. Like, I think that there's a reason that we look at these on a case-by-case basis. I don't know, there's two elements that would certainly, like, are the strikes against it overall for me here. And that is, like, it's just, especially that there's no option for pedestrians who want to bank after hours to have an option that is not in a vehicle path. Like, that's problematic for me. But particularly this design, I think, does not meet the standards. So this is something that I won't be supporting. And just to be clear, like, I'm not sure that I can support I don't know how I would feel about a drive-through facility anywhere on this property. Like, I would have to see it. And, like, that's one of the reasons why we have this as a special exception use. And that even though we know that drive-throughs typically go with retail or, commercial activities, why it's not by right, why it is a special exception, because it's for special, it requires extra discretion or extra scrutiny there. As long, sorry. I also just make lots of notes. Mr. Leonard, where did I go wrong? Go ahead.
No worry. I just wanted to, it seems like there's been quite a bit of discussion, obviously, about queuing and the Planning Commission's concerns over it. I didn't know if you wanted to afford the petitioner the opportunity to really pull up a visual and just make sure everybody's clear on the quantity of vehicles that we're talking about and the location of them. I think I've made some assumptions as we're going through the discussion, and since this is a big component, I just offer that to the Planning Commission if that's helpful. I don't know if it's on the site plan or something else, but maybe at worst we could pull up a survey and they could sort of talk through the quantity of vehicles and how they would circulate. So, yeah.
And I acknowledge that with my multiple screens, I've been doing that to the site plan, but maybe if other people don't have that, it would be helpful. So I think that would be useful to demonstrate the queuing, either somebody on the development team, or if Mr. Chang, you have the site plan. I'm on page 7 of the site plan. That's what I found useful.
Is there anybody from the petitioner team that has a particular
I'm going to let Ted do that, Brett.
Yeah, so I just pulled up a quick graphic that kind of shows very clearly how that stacking would occur. And if I could share my screen real quick, I can.
Yeah, you should be able to.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Try now. My apologies.
Okay. Zach, showing up?
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, just to reiterate, so 2 cars in each of the actual lanes by the building, an additional 7 in the actual queue lane without backing over the sidewalk, so still providing clear access across the drive there, and then all of the parking would still be accessible through the main entrance here. That's the long and short of it. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you. I think that actually the show that there's 2 lanes once it widens past that curb cut is helpful. And how I actually heard the wrong numbers. I heard 9. So seeing that there's 7 that fit in that also clarifies. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Thanks. I wasn't actually going to comment on the queuing, but the 2 line to the 2 like server thing is incredibly inefficient. That just like drives me crazy. That's just a personal thing, but it is very inefficient. And Sarah, Commissioner Mills, I don't think this also, the issue you brought up of like, if you need to get out of that line, you can't, you're stuck. I really appreciate the discussion that we've been having tonight. I think I am in the camp of, and I know drive-throughs are very polarizing issues. I don't have a problem with the drive-through specifically. My problem, I think, is just the way that this one in particular is designed. And I wanted to go back to something that Commissioner Gibb Randall brought up about the potential need to have 2 curb cuts on this site for like fire access. And I don't think this second curb cut, the one that I have a huge problem with, because it goes under a building. So I don't think, maybe staff can confirm or deny, I don't think that that would have been set up because of a fire access or emergency vehicle issue. Because I don't think it would have like the clearance or the width necessarily to get through. So I don't know, Mr. Chang or Mr. Leonard, if that makes sense, what I'm thinking. Like that curb cut is not needed for fire access or anything like that, right? It's purely to serve the drive-through. I
believe that's the case, but I'm also not the fire marshal. I know there's a 2-way drive to the north that's proposed. It seems much more likely that for ingress and egress for emergency vehicles, they'd go that way instead of through a 1-way underneath a building. But I'm speaking out of turn. I didn't do the fire review.
All right. No, thanks. That's helpful though. Yeah. So I think my position right now is like,
Mr. Leonard.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you. Everyone's moving on my screen.
You might look at page 15 of the proposed site plan does have, it's actually the trash truck turning template. So that's probably a very similar profile to what the fire truck access would require.
So my concern right now is less the drive-through itself and more just the way that this has been designed. I would love if this were to come back redesigned without a new curb cut. I would think I would be a lot more supportive.
All right. So we've been discussing the special exception use. I've heard lots of concerns. In order for something to pass this body, it needs 6 of the 7 of us. So as we sometimes do, my question, knowing that then us voting on this part means that we, it makes it not necessary for us really to discuss the site plan, because at that point there's a site plan that shows a special exception use that we have denied. My question to the development team is, does it make sense for us to postpone this? Would you like us to vote? Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
I think the main question, which is a little bit confusing on our end, is in regards to the drive-through. If we're able to reconfigure it, if we're able to address the issues with curb cuts and everything else, is a drive-through even going to be considered? That is something I think we need to know and understand. I think we've heard a lot of difference of views there in regards to that. And for us, it's not very clear exactly where that is standing at. So that I guess on our end, I mean, we're, hey, we're fine with postponing it, but I think we just need some clear guidance of, are we going to be spinning our wheels on something that isn't something that's going to happen or not? So we can get creative and saying, okay, yeah, we were able to reconfigure it. We were able to do this. Hey, we put a drive-through, or not an ATM in the vestibule as well to help with the pedestrian side of it. There are obviously things we probably can look at doing, but again, from a development team, we've already spent a lot of money in here. And so we don't want to keep spending money on something that, isn't going to be moved forward.
Thank you. And I mean, like I said before, I'm not morally opposed to drive-throughs. But I think that I want to make sure that they respect the idea that in this place, pedestrians come first. So having the amenities for pedestrians, and if as Commissioner Hammerschmidt pointed out, it creates an extra curb cut, which we know is against, and that is in opposition to recommendations in the master plan for this particular corridor. That's something that I think is going to be difficult to justify supporting that special exception use. But that's one person. So others, does anyone else wish to suggest? Again, I would also say, this is something that we have to see too. So Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I think I already said this, but just so we're crystal clear, because I think that's a very fair question. I am not opposed to drive-throughs, but I think, if this came back redesigned, basically exactly what Commissioner Mill said, in a way that makes more sense and sort of fits more what we're looking for in terms of the orientation, then I would not be opposed to approving the special exception use. So I'm not opposed to drive-throughs in general.
Commissioner Clark.
I just want to be upfront that I think I made my position clear earlier, so I won't drone on, but I won't be supporting anything that's a drive-through in this area. It would have to be pretty extenuating circumstances. I just wanted to be upfront about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Gibrandl.
For me, I think that I was more open to a drive-through where it was right off of the highway, like when we were on Plymouth Road looking at that, and people are getting off to be able to do their business and get back on again. Here, it feels like, I know we're sort of near the highway, but it's not, this corridor doesn't exist because of the highway. It serves somewhat there, but really getting in through that light at the intersection of, Jackson and Maple is like, not very many people want to go through that to go down and figure out a bank. So I think for me, the drive-through here is, I don't want to drive through here. I want this to feel like we're developing this into more of a pedestrian friendly corridor. I realize it's going to take a lot of time. And I think that's why we're looking at it as the TC1 designation, and the neighborhood's right there. And so that's where I am with it. And I just don't, I totally think it would be used, but I think it's just not what we want to try to support right now. So even if it gets redesigned, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a bank that people can drive to, but that they can also walk to and bike to and feel easy and good about that. So that's where I am with it.
To be clear, I don't think that everybody has to channel their intentions, but if anybody else has comments or questions, Commissioner White.
Just to be fair to the developers, I would also echo that I wouldn't support a drive-through here in light of the fact that this corridor is moving towards TC1. The other concerns that I had about the vehicular circulation as well as the pedestrian harm for the current site. So I would place my intentions in that direction.
Thank you. I also want to add, regardless, because there might not be an option when we go to vote on this, with regards to the site plan, I just note that the installed EV parking is the farthest parking spots from the building, which I'm curious about the reason for that, but also like that just strikes me as very sending not a great message about how important that is. So in terms of like, you know, a future iteration of this. Mr. Rivera, would you like this postponed? Does that make sense?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and postpone it, we'll take a look at it. We'll discuss on our team, you know, based upon the comments we're hearing. I think it's unfortunately what we're hearing. We feel it's very unfortunate that, you know, especially in light of COVID and everything that we've been through, the view on drive-throughs, we can understand the commission, but I would ask, I wonder how everyone does their current business day to day now with things and drive-throughs as well. That there still is a place for those, I believe. So, but we'll take a look at it, obviously, and we'll go from there, I guess.
Would a commissioner be willing to move postponement of this? Make a motion to postpone?
Can I do a point of order though?
Yes.
So we made a motion, and so can we just abandon that motion, or do we have to withdraw that motion? I don't know if we use Robert's Rules of Order. I don't know how we do our voting. I'd have to pull out my book from college when I was in
It's loose because we do not have a parliamentarian. If you want to bring that skill to us, bring it on.
No, I'm not volunteering for anything just yet. I have a lot of reading to do.
So where I think we are is that we separated them out. We decided to separate them out. So right now we're technically under discussion of the first motion. We're moving to postpone that. Then because we separated them out, we're going to have to postpone the second one too. Right, Mr. Leonard?
Yeah, and I would ask that you, I would suggest.
I'm happy to withdraw my motion. Which might, okay.
Any other discussion of the site plan? I think that might be helpful, particularly if we're postponing that. So like I actually put my 2 cents worth in about the EV chargers at the wrong place. Yes, Mr. Leonard.
So I just want to be clear. The motions have been split. There is a motion now. We're discussing the special exception use. It sounds like there is going to be consideration of a motion to postpone action on that potentially. If you do so, I would suggest the September 21st meeting. That would provide the petitioners some time to consider their options, and also city staff potentially time to respond to any alternative scenarios that they provide. And so that would be the next portion of action on the special exception use. Then we would move to the site plan motion, where if there was any additional discussion on the site plan, you could undertake that. But I agree it would make sense at that point to then postpone that as well.
Okay. So I kind of saw hands for postponing, for the motion to postpone this by Commissioner Hammerschmidt and Commissioner Gibrandel. Yeah, okay. Thank you for nodding your heads. Any discussion of the motion to postpone until that second meeting, which is the third Tuesday in September? All those in favor of the motion to postpone the vote on the special exception use, please raise your hand. That is all of the hands. Okay, so is there any discussion of the site plan? Or question, presumably this will have to be redesigned. So any other questions or discussion of the site plan? All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
I guess I might just encourage the petitioner, as you're going to have to go back and look at this, take a look at TC1 zoning and see if potentially there's any sort of like density or anything, you know, reduced parking or anything like in that new zone that we have that might actually end up working for you. You know, potentially if there's more density, then getting solar might actually pencil. So I would just encourage that.
Anything else? Would someone like to make a motion to postpone then? Moved by Commissioner Dish, seconded by Commissioner Sauvé. Any discussion of the motion to postpone? Also to the second meeting in September? I see none. All in favor of the motion to postpone? That is all of the hands. Thank you very much. All right, I gotta find my agenda again. It's 9 o'clock. Can we take, or almost 9 o'clock. Can we take a 5-minute break to fill up water bottles? And we'll see you back here at 8:57. Let's make it 9. We'll round it to 9. Take a couple minutes. We will continue on with 9B, which is also new business. This is 3850 and 3860 Research Park Drive, a site plan and special exception use permit for a marijuana provisioning center retailer, and the addition of an outdoor patio to courtyard of the existing hotel. So as our normal order of operations is the petitioner, you'll have up to 10 minutes to provide comments. It looks like Mr. Chang has the slides up, and then we turn it over to him for his presentation as well. So whenever you're ready, we'll start the clock.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And thank you again, Mr. Chang, for helping me with the slides. My name is Travis Copenhaver. I'm an attorney on behalf of the petitioner, AA Solutions, and the two addresses here are 3850 and 3860 Research Park Drive. Just to kind of reacclimate us with the new discussion point, we're talking about the site located southeast of the intersection of Research Park Drive and State Street, fairly similar to Brentwood Mall and close to the Ellsworth intersection there. There are actually two requests before you today. One is for approval of a paved brick patio, focusing on the hotel, the Staybridge Hotel portion, and then I'm going to probably focus most of my discussion on the request for a provisioning center approval for the structure that is in the northwest section of our parcel, most closely in proximity to Research Park and State Street when you actually look at the site plan. So I don't have a lot of slides. I'm mostly going to kind of just give you the factual kind of summary of how we got here. But thank you, commissioners, for your time. And before we get any further, given the unique challenges of just cannabis limitations for this type of use in the city of Ann Arbor and the timing of how our various projects impacted this, we actually initiated this project September 2018. Obviously, a lot has happened between 2018 and present to get us to this point. Recently, there's a cap for our cannabis license type use here of 28. One of those slots is opened up, which is why we're before you today. And I want to really sincerely thank both Mr. Leonard and Mr. Chang for their assistance in working with us getting back to the seat here to discuss this project. Especially Mr. Chang over the last few weeks has been very, very, very helpful to us. We really appreciate his time, regardless of how everything goes tonight. So thank you so much to both of those folks. So we are proposing to basically put to use the highlighted structure on this slide here as a proposed provisioning center for everyone. I'm sure the commission is very familiar with what that means in the city of Ann Arbor, but that is by common parlance, a cannabis dispensary. This is going to be proposed both for adult and medical use. It is only the first floor portion of what is highlighted there on that structure. The upper floor is currently anticipated for future use, potentially other business, or I think we've indicated it as potentially office space at this point. But the only use for discussion on that unit is the first floor. That is the floor plan slide that we worked through quickly. And then the other request that's part and parcel with this presentation today is for a paved brick patio that is for the other physical structure that is in the southeast portion of that, the hotel itself. Both have been put together for your consideration. I'll be, like I said, speaking primarily to the cannabis use. The petitioners here are working in tandem with quite a few operators with the hotel and the proposed provisioning center location. It's a overall site effort to put this use into place, which means the hotel that's currently there and the proposed retail dispensary provisioning center do have each other's support and believe that it was in both parties' best interest for both of those uses to continue forward. As you look at the site itself, there's ample parking due to the hotel use. And we also believe in comparison to some of the other cannabis retail businesses in the city as a whole, us being not only very conveniently located to the State Street highway intersections, but also not being directly onto State Street and having our main point of egress be actually on Research Park Drive with quite a large parking spot will actually be not only very convenient for potential consumers, but also hopefully in our position, of course, we certainly believe an easier access point, hopefully potentially safer and less of a traffic impact in our opinion, based on what we anticipate for this site. We certainly appreciate that this can be a controversial topic. If anyone has concerns of the cannabis nature for what our proposed operations are, we do have materials that were originally proposed in 2018. Obviously, a lot of just operational standards and development have occurred in the cannabis industry since then. The portion of our team that will be the actual operators for this site do have other operations and have cannabis experience in Michigan for other sites. And we don't anticipate this being like a case of first impression. These are experienced operators. So the actual proposed usage at this location, we have quite a lot of optimism. We think it's going to be a very wonderful location for the cannabis industry consideration. The site itself, we're very excited about, and we welcome any questions that you might have. I don't want to take much more of your time. I like to answer questions and kind of address concerns if there's any appetite for that. Just to speak briefly about the paved portion as well, we don't believe it's going to have a significant impact on like things like stormwater of that nature. If there's any concerns, we're willing to work with you should any proposed conditions be appropriate, of course. The primary intent of us wanting to pave that is, as you can see from this picture specifically, we do anticipate hotel consumers to want to be using this outdoor space. So in order to prevent things like mud and just general cleanliness and convenience, as you can see, we anticipate like structures like fire pits and things, should that be appropriate. That's kind of the intention behind the pavement portion of this. As it comes to similar uses on the cannabis aspect of our request, we do think it's going to be quite similar in presentation to the other closely proximity retail establishment off of the Ellsworth kind of access point. There's not a lot of other cannabis retail uses in this area. The location itself is in the CB2 Business Services District. We think that our proposed retail addition to this site is in line, generally speaking, with other general retail anticipated uses in this area. Compared to where other retail locations for cannabis are located, we think we'll have a significantly less impact on some of the residential mixed use areas where you find some of these other retail locations like closer to downtown and places like that. We're not concerned. The hotel obviously is quite supportive of our proposal. Should there be any concern for how a use like this might impact someone, say, staying at a hotel, we're certainly willing to hear concerns and provide solutions to that. But there are other, primarily restaurant services in the immediate proximity, places like Jimmy John's and Taco Bell, that'll have similar hours of operations proposed. And there doesn't appear to be any like fixed standing residential like units or single home mixed use type developments in a significant proximity to our location. We have quite a bit of experience in our other operations mitigating things like odor. We don't anticipate that being a significant concern for this location. And obviously, as I've said multiple times, our hotel partners in this overall project are quite supportive of our use. We believe this will, approval of this site and allowing us to proceed with developing Unit 2, the highlighted one in this slide, will help us further continue to develop the site and explore quite a few different potential options for additional utilization of the upper floor when that is appropriate. But as I said, at this time, it's currently anticipated for general office use and not being used at the moment. Overall, we really appreciate your consideration. We appreciate that requests for cannabis uses can be a bit more concerning than other types of use in municipalities, but we are happy to work with the city. We really appreciate everyone's time, and I'll yield my time to you guys and happy to answer questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chang, anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just probably point out a couple of other issues. The petitioner did a great job making the presentation. There really are two aspects to the approval. The first one, and I will set the courtyard, if you can see my cursor, this is the courtyard. It was originally approved back in 2015 as just grass, and then they had a couple of ground plantings there. During our certificate of occupancy inspections, it was discovered that, yes, they did in fact put in the brick pavers, which increased impervious surface, which then kicked it into having to be a site plan for planning commission approval. It was reviewed and approved by the city stormwater reviewer, and there's capacity in the stormwater. So they've given their blessing, at least from their review, as far as returning this from grass to brick pavers. There were no natural features or required landscaping that was part of that interior courtyard. Moving on, as was previously stated, there are a maximum, or at least they're capped at 28 medical marijuana dispensaries in the city. They have been in the queue since, I believe, 2018. One of the dispensaries, I believe, expired, pushing them up in line. So they are number 28. They are this little orange building right there that was approved as part of the rezoning back in 2015 to move retail up closer to South State Street. They have proposed to cap it, the floor area, which is the first floor, at 4,500 square feet for the medical marijuana dispensary. And they've also got the hours listed as 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday, and 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. on Sunday as part of their special exception use. So if they were to veer from that, they would have to come in to make changes, or we can propose changes tonight for days of operation and hours. Here's the updated floor plan, which is essentially it's the first floor of the 3860 Research Park building. And I think that was really all I have, on this one. But I'm open to any questions that Planning Commission may have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next up is a public hearing for this item. So this is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed 3850 and 3860 Research Park site plan and special exception use permit. If you wish to address the Planning Commission on this item, press *9 if you're listening by phone, or you can raise your hand if you are viewing us through the web link. For phone access, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. Mr. Leonard will call on those who have raised their hand, calling on you by the last 3 digits of your phone number, or if you're joining us through Zoom, then by your name. And as always, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. I'm not seeing anybody calling in, but because of the delay, broadcast delay, maybe give it a couple seconds. All right, I'm going to call it, in part because there is a very long, the petitions are very long to read. So the language of this, as Mr. Chang noted, there are 2. The first one is short. I will read. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby approves the Staybridge Suites site plan located at 3850 Research Park Drive. And then the second is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission, after hearing all interested persons and reviewing all relevant information, including an accompanying site plan, finds the 3860 petition substantially meets the definition in Chapter 55 of the Unified Development Code, Section 5.29.5 Special Exceptions, and Section 5.16.3G Regulations concerning medical use of marijuana, and therefore approves the 3860 Research Park Drive Special Exception use for a medical marijuana provisioning center. This approval is based on the following findings. 1, the proposed use will be consistent with the C2B Business Service District, which provides for commercial and retail activities as well as office and residential uses. 2, the proposed use will not adversely impact traffic, pedestrians, bicyclists, circulation, or road intersections based on the location. Both South State Street and Research Park Drive provides adequate access to the site, and the proposed use is consistent with other surrounding uses' traffic impact. 3, through documentation submitted by the petitioner regarding waste disposal, inventory tracking, security, and other measures of operation of the facility, the provisioning center will be operated in a manner that will not have an adverse impact on the neighboring properties or area and will not have a detrimental impact on natural features. This special exception use approval is based on the following conditions. 1, the petitioner obtaining and maintaining both a state of Michigan marijuana license and a city of Ann Arbor marijuana permit, and providing documentation to planning services within 3 years of the City Planning Commission approval date of this petition. 2, the petitioner operating a marijuana provisioning center, retailer business at this address within 3 years of the City Planning Commission approval date of this petition. 3, the petitioner will maintain the operating hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 12 p.m. to 7 p.m. Sunday. The special exception use may occupy no more than 4,500 square feet of the 9,120 square foot building located at 3860 Research Park Drive, and that the Ann Arbor Planning Commission approves the attached site plan, which demonstrates compliance with the applicable special exception use standards. Moved by Commissioner Gibrandal, seconded by Commissioner Sauvé. Discussion of the two petitions. Anyone? Go ahead, Commissioner Hammerschmidt, and then Commissioner Dish, and then Commissioner Gibrandal.
Thanks. This might be quick. This is about the courtyard because I'm a little bit confused. So when you're reading the staff report, it seemed like it's supposed to be grass, and then it was not, and that was determined in an inspection. When I looked back at the 2015 like site plan that was submitted, there was on page 3, like it said brick pavers, like in the little thing. So I just wasn't sure. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Like they did it, but was there something else that was changed after the site plan that said like, well, this is supposed to be grass, and then like they were found in violation, or this?
You know, I'm gonna have to go double check, but I feel like I've looked at this several times and I couldn't find any pages that referred to grass. It was always, I'm sorry, it was always grass and landscaping in there. I couldn't find anything that would state that it was anything other than grass.
I don't think I'm going crazy. It was on, now
okay.
Slow, but
you said it was in the 2015?
Yep, I found it linked somewhere. And it was page 3 of whatever I found. I guess it was probably the site plan that was submitted back in 2015. That's all I have for now.
Commissioner Dish, while we sort out the mystery that is this site plan.
Well, it would be interesting to hear if pavers were ever mentioned before. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we're being asked to approve a site plan for something that's already happened. So if we didn't, what would happen? Do we do this, or let me put this another way. Do we do this?
Sorry,
yeah.
I'm sorry, I should have addressed you directly.
No. I think Mr. Chang is still looking for the.
I am. I'm getting distracted here trying to go through the old site plan, so I apologize.
Well, if it were denied and the 2015 plan showed it as grass, they would need to restore the plan, the site to what was approved in that 2015 site plan. If we would typically do that through typical enforcement, if we would give them notice, we'd give them a time frame for compliance, and if they didn't do that, they could be subject to citations.
And how often do petitioners come to us with site plans for things that are already done and ask us to approve them in retrospect?
Rare.
Rare. It should be rare. Yeah.
Yeah, another recent example, for example, it wasn't quite a site plan, but 950 Green ended up impacting landmark trees that they had originally anticipated that they were going to preserve. So that's another example of somebody having to come back to the Planning Commission to remedy something.
So, I mean, I'm expressing, I don't mean to, I mean to say that I do not mean to express irritation. I was just curious. But the fact is that this does increase impervious surface. And we are in a hell of a rain season, right? I mean, up till now, when we've now finally started the July drought, but it's August. So increases in impervious surface are of interest to me and of concern around town. Is there anything that we could ask for? I mean, I understand that detention ponds have been provided for, and basically this was all done correctly. It just wasn't done with approval. Is there anything that we can ask for as a condition of, yeah, we'll approve this in retrospect, but we want you to do something extra?
You could ask, but at the core, like a site plan that's done in advance, does it meet the regulations or not?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I also think I was wrong, guys. I'm sorry. I think I was looking at the current site plan. I was clicking on too many things.
Okay, so
sorry, Mr. Chin.
That's excellent.
Yeah, I think I thought I was looking at the old one, and I think I was.
Okay, I'm still looking, and I was going to ask you: is it landscape sheet 4 overall,
no,
or the site plan set 4? But I'm looking back in the 2014 2014 site plan set, not the one that was recently submitted that
I
shows that they're
think
brick pavers.
That's, I think I
Okay.
thought that was the 20.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. I am
That's
crazy,
okay.
apparently.
Oh, and
Sorry.
I see that the petitioner would like to respond to my question. So I invite that.
Very good.
Great, thank you. If that's appropriate, I didn't want to speak out of turn. I did not mean to downplay or minimize your statement. We did in fact have pavers. There was confusion about the process for doing that. We did it out of turn. Forgive me. Obviously, as the two requests are quite factually distinguishable from one another, I chose to focus on one a bit more than the other. But to the extent that that is of significant concern, it's our hope that what was installed is meeting regulations. To the extent that there's concern or perhaps additional steps you'd like us to take to be corrective of that misstep and the paver situation, we're obviously open to hear that. So thank you so much. And again, I did not mean to downplay that or anything. So thank you.
Well, I wonder if anyone on this commission would have any suggestions as to anything that we might just ask, and the petitioner can say, no, I don't want to do that. But a tree, a bush, anything, a shrub.
Commissioner Gibrandel, your hand was raised before, right? You were in the queue, and anyway.
Didn't they say that there was capacity in the stormwater system? So, and this sometimes this happens, you over design it a little bit, not because you're going to violate it, but so I think in terms of your concern, Commissioner Dish, it is within, the allowable amount. You know what I'm saying? So that if it were over, then that feels different to me. I mean, it's never good to just do it without asking. It is something I think many people get confused about with adding a patio. It feels like it's not a big deal. But in the eyes of the city with the site plan, it is a big deal. So I think that it's happened before, I guess is what I would say, or people figured out during building permits and then realized that it's just too much of a headache to take on. And I think that's part of what we were thinking about with some of one of the upcoming agenda items, with the major and minor site plans and things like that. I mean, I guess this wasn't going to be what I was going to talk about, but and this is not a tree or a bush, but I know that in the past we've talked about the cannabis industry, especially in terms of its growing practices, which I know this is not, uses an enormous amount of energy, with all of the lights that they use. And so I know in the past we've asked other petitioners at times to be able to have some solar on the project in order to kind of, in some ways, make amends for the industry, in that way. So that's something I guess I would just put out there as if we're going to ask for something, that would be something that I think would be a good ask. I know that's not a tree or bush in terms of cost, and I know that's not something that we can kind of really officially ask or we can't mandate, but it is a real issue with the industry that I think that I would like to see more people that are connected with the industry actually take on in a meaningful way. So that would be my, if I could ask, that would be my ask. My question actually was the renderings. I am confused about where the front of the building is, because the rendering that you're showing with the big panel down the middle, one of the things that, again, as we are thinking about TC1, and I know TC1 doesn't go down this far, but it is just right there in terms of it being not that far away. And State Street is kind of a mess right now in terms of pedestrians and bikes and things like that. But it's something I think that we are hoping to be able to transform more, because it is so connected with transit that I would want the building to feel like it has a front on State and not just a front on the parking lot. And so the renderings that were showed, it was difficult for me to be able to tell what's going on. And with the just Google Street View, clearly the work hasn't been done. So it's hard to know what you all are planning for that face. But I would like to be able to see what the State Street side looks like, because I don't know which side that is. Is this the State Street side or is that the parking lot side? if the petitioner could respond, I would appreciate that.
Actually, if was Lamar promoted as well? He might be able to speak more factually to the location if that's possible. I could speak to it here, and if need be.
The image provided, the image that's shown right now, that is actually facing the parking lot side of the project.
So what do you have an image of what it's going to look like facing State Street?
It's a similar image that's being shown right now, but without the wood grain facade.
So meaning that it's just the gray, or that does it still have the kind of vestibule? Does the vestibule cut across the whole building, or is that only on the parking lot side? I guess my concern is that I want it to feel like it's approachable. I want it to feel like, because right now I noticed there's a concrete path going towards it. And what happens if you try to enter there?
It's just that path continues along the side of the building to the parking lot side, which would be the front entry, the vestibule side of the building. So it's all connected. There's a pedestrian path around the entire building.
So it's kind of a teaser connection there in that way, because you think you're kind of heading towards something, but then you end up walking around the building.
Yes.
Yeah. So I presume that 2 points of entry make it feel a little confusing, or security wise, that's an issue. But I guess this is part of the issue, I guess, with these places that are super car oriented, and that we're trying to make them, more pedestrian oriented. And I know that this section in particular is really tricky because you have the highway in between. And so that's probably why the TC1 zoning stopped where it did. I guess that I would like to, and I'm not saying, you have to completely change how you're thinking about the building in terms of the circulation, but in terms of how the facade is treated, I would like this side to feel like it's actually really reading from the street as something that feels like it's, that it's not the backside, that it's not that the building isn't turning away from the road, I guess would be my comment. I don't know if anybody else has
it looks like
thoughts about that.
The petitioner may have some have the responses. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Gibb-Randall?
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. And yeah, there are some more complexities here, but I wanted to confirm with the petitioner just to make sure I didn't speak out of turn. We'd be happy to put some sort of front facade on the State Street facing portion, because we're perfectly happy to maintain the look that the overall area is trying to go for. There are some state-derived compliance challenges for trying to have multiple entrances to a provisioning center that are making it just more appropriate for our actual layout to have the parking lot facing actual entrance, just for means of security and checking folks in, and having both limited and secure access areas to move people through the actual transaction of a cannabis purchase. But for purposes of the exterior, to the extent that you would like us to provide a condition or work with what the other three sides that we're not highlighting in our presentation end up looking like, we're willing to work with you on that as need be.
That would be great. I just think that we'd like to have that feel like it is presentable, to the street as well. And just, I guess, a minor thing in terms of circulation, as somebody who does walk and bike a lot through town, is that, and this would be a very minor change, but if you're coming from the north, that you would obviously take the sidewalk that goes along Research Park Drive and that cut down, which is what you have. If you're coming from the south, I would rather walk towards the side of the building and go around to the quote front on the parking lot side, rather than head towards the middle of the building and then work my way around, because that feels kind of circuitous and not real, in terms of what's happening there. So I guess that's my 2 cents about that, just how it would feel to experience it. And I guess if you're at the hotel, you would just be cutting across the parking lot. But there are other businesses, in this area too. And I know people walk, over lunch and, that kind of thing. So it's just something to consider that could be maybe a minor change that makes it a little bit more real in terms of where you're heading. But I do appreciate the willingness to make the State Street side a little bit more.
Certainly, and please correct me if I'm speaking out of term. There is already, I believe, like a sidewalk kind of attaching itself to that portion of our State Street facing building.
Okay.
We have in the past, in the more design, like anticipation, less like presented side of things, like anticipated like seating or something on that portion of the facility. But just from a practical standpoint, we do anticipate the vast majority of our actual pedestrian driven traffic to probably be from the hotel side. But to the extent that you want it to look good from all four sides, so do we. And we're obviously going to take that into consideration moving forward here. So thank you so much.
Okay, that sounds good, because when I look at your site plan, what I see is that there's a walk that heads to what would be the kind of center of the building from State Street, and then you move around the building. What I'm saying is that it would be more of a straight shot that connects into that southern walkway that heads towards the little kind of area where you have tables and things like that, that it would just be more direct rather than going to the kind of quote front, which isn't really a front, and then moving all the way around. So at least what I'm looking at with the site plan, it's not very direct. It kind of is circuitous from the south. So just something to consider.
Sure, and we'll try to work with the hotel. If you could see, there's another like sidewalk approach a little farther south than the actual proposed retail unit 2 that's highlighted here, that we could perhaps try to like make it more conducive to try to drive a more appropriate flow of pedestrian traffic in that direction when appropriate. We have to also account for like our waste receptacle. I don't know how many people want to walk too close to that and things like that. So we'll do our best to take those into consideration for sure. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, thanks. And then one other thing I would just say, as the person who knows about trees on the commission, is that your little zone where you're showing a few tables and things like that out kind of near the parking lot, you have a spot that's there, and on your landscape plan you just have some shrubs around it, and it might be nice. You have a lot of canopy trees, which is great, up along State Street, and perhaps if you moved one of those over on the south side of that area, people would sit there a lot more, because it's going to be shaded instead of it being in the blasting sun. So that's just another little, like, again, small thing that might, if there's minor changes being made, that might make it more conducive to people being able to actually hang out there and enjoy it out there. I'm done.
Commissioner Sauvé, I'm going to come back to this because, but go ahead, Commissioner Sauvé.
I'm just going to jump in real quick on this kind of same topic too, though, because I guess looking very detailed in, like, I'm seeing door swings on the building in the site plan in different places than how it's built, right? Like, there is a door on the State Street side in the site plan, not on the south side. So I'm just kind of curious from a approval standpoint, similar to grass versus pavers, like, what's the tipping point at the building footprint to the proposed building on a site plan that they do have to meet, since the configuration on the site plan is different? Like, the sidewalk is paved differently. Like, there seems to be a lot more contiguous sidewalk on the State Street side as well for more tables and things that we're not seeing in the final build project. It's very little, but it's an opportunity that we did have a door on State Street in the previously approved site plan that is not built, and so can't really be rectified at this point, because where that door is actually an egress stair from the second floor. So I guess for staff, like, maybe just even in the future, like, when we're looking at these plans, how much can that floor plan change?
As far as the floor plan goes, what they do on the inside, that's up to the building department. So they could completely, as long as it's in that shell and they're not adding an addition on, it would not trigger any type of site plan or administrative amendment. So they could, go through and change the layout of the floors in there just with the building permit.
And I think it would also relate to, so I think when this site plan came in, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, part of the discussion here was requiring that building to have a little bit more of a street presence, because the hotel itself had a more set back, it had parking in front of it. And so I think part of that would probably come down to also the details of how that was approved. So in this case, approving a site plan that puts a building there, they would have generally the same option to do interior renovations as anybody else. Once you started, expanding that or something, that would kick in. I think it probably warrants us thinking about either as part of approval or future regulations to say that it's not enough to have a building there. It's got to have that entryway. That's something we addressed in the proposed TC1 regulations, but it's not broadly across our other zoning districts. So that might be something we want to look at to say that no, or conversely, the planning commission could determine as part of this that, recognizing that there might be some limitations on multiple access points, your preference would be from a circulation perspective that accent point defers to the pedestrian versus the vehicular user. So, part of the special exception use standards is the circulation going to be adequate and is it going to meet, city goals? And so I would say another question would be whether or not it's more appropriate to shift all of the access to the other side of that building. It's going to be less convenient, obviously, for vehicular users, perhaps, but there's nothing, that could be a factor in your consideration of the special exception use permit. But absent that regulation or a specific condition that there would be a maintained entry at that point, they would have the ability to alter the door access to that building.
And the same for sidewalks as well, because the sidewalks are altered from the site plan.
Yeah, sidewalks. So sidewalks can be added without site plan approval. They can't be removed. So I would want to delve more into the detail of, sometimes there are adjustments made during construction. Maybe it's sometimes there's a utility box placed in for whatever reason in a place. But I'd have to dive more into this. But I would hope that the sidewalks generally reflected a similar pattern or quantity of patterns to what was approved in the site plan.
Yeah.
And
I mean, like in that detail. Yeah. There's a second door, which I would assume is an egress stair that connects to that kind of wing wall, which in street view is utility boxes. And so now it's landscape. So it's hard to see with the tree canopy exactly how much is actually paved for, usable patio space. But yeah, it would take, I guess in my position, it would take, significant work to reorient this and probably a lot more confusion about people kind of pulling up vehicular wise and driving around more in the parking lot, trying to figure out how to access this building. So understanding kind of the existing condition and trying to fill it, I'm okay with it as is. But I think this project brings to light a lot of kind of nuances that we should keep an eye out for. And figure out how to include in the future, since we're seeing variations from the previous to what's been built. So I think that's kind of where I stand now. I think I'm okay with the project as is, but yeah, it could have been better if it was built as was on the plan that we're looking at.
I'm going to push even harder. And actually, I see the petitioner's hand up, and I want to acknowledge Commissioner White. I see yours too, but you may be sitting in this Zoom room thinking like, what was Planning Commission in 2015 thinking? And I was on Planning Commission in 2015, and I remember having a conversation about the door on the street. And it's shown in the elevation, and there's there's signage on the west elevation shown in the thing. There is much more design. This seriously concerns me. This was a point of discussion then, very active point of discussion to say, we recognize that there will be people coming in and parking on the east elevation, but we want this building from the sidewalk. We want people to be able to come into it from the sidewalk. And so this is not, I recognize it poses an issue for this particular use, and I do want to get back to that, but this is a bigger, at least from the staff report, pulling up the staff report from 2015, there was oh, is it called a parapet wall? Like there was extra elevation, just like it's pretty on the elevations that they showed. Like that was supposed to be on the west side. There was supposed to be 2 colors of brick. Like it was pretty, and it's not. Like no offense to this, like, and but because, and I just want to underscore, like this was all part of that discussion, and so I recognize that things inside can move, but if this is a failing of our code, that we don't, that the idea that like that what is shown in elevations, like that I recognize that some things can change, but if like the amount of glazing, if the fact that there is a functional entrance, if the fact that like what reads as like, you know, that there's signage, it's multiple, like there's lots of signage shown on the elevation. If that's not what we actually get built, like that's problematic in my mind, like beyond what's being proposed right now. So is it that like, that's not it, what we're seeing on elevations, like none of that stuff is what we should expect?
Are you talking that when you're talking about the code is, you know, deficient in this matter, what you're talking about are architectural standards perhaps? So right now, the site plan.
I can't quite hear you, sorry. And I really want to be able to hear this part.
Yeah, sorry. What you're talking about is architectural aspects. And right now, our UDC doesn't address architecture. You know, if that is a policy direction that the Planning Commission desires to go to, it's tricky because in order to be defensible, it has to be measurable and attainable. And at times it can, I think, cause as much blandness and predictability as desired outcome, because in order to be measurable, you have to sort of prescribe intention. So I think the bigger question that you're talking about, though, is what decisions were made as part of its relationship, obviously, to the transportation network and to the street and to the public. And so, you know, I guess I'll go back to you, Chris. Can you, from the previous action, what was the specificity about that other than the building placement?
That's what I recall, that it was a planned project. We rezoned it to C2B, and we wanted to bring that building up to, I think, the minimum, which was 10 feet. So that really was as part of the rezoning to bring that building as close as we could up to the sidewalk. But I don't recall anything about, you know, the entrance location, but it would make sense that, yes, you want to have a pedestrian connection.
I think, I mean, and maybe it wasn't this specific one, although, I mean, for better, for worse, like this was one of my early things on Planning Commission. Like there were a couple of things, because that was a relatively recent move to like require things on the sidewalk. And we didn't want the backs to be to the sidewalk. Like it's that element, and it's not, I mean, I don't expect that we're prescribing exactly every, you know, I know that not everything is figured out when it's before us, particularly what's inside, but there are some elements that I'm not, that like this, like the fact that, like, you know, we had sidewalks and functioning doors and signage, like, and a design feature that was intended to achieve that goal shown to us, and that it didn't get built is disappointing. And so, like, from my perspective, like, what is the other, I mean, not apart from the whole like grass versus pavers thing, right? Like this is, which also is another one, but like, that's the ask that I would have, is to make that facade like the way it was supposed to look, which is nicer, which is like welcoming from the street. Like, to Commissioner Sauvé's point, I know that's not cheap, like I get that, but like I'm also like, I don't understand why, like this just seems like a pretty big change from what we thought. Commissioner or Mr. Leonard, and then yeah.
Just, so
I can't hear you, sorry.
I think there are two aspects to what concerns I'm hearing. One is, I think one, frankly, is architecture and design. And my understanding from the petitioners, they're willing and sort of interested in sort of responding to a better street presence, I think, just from the design of the building. I think the second piece of it is, to what extent does design of the building and functionality of the building matter to that presence on South State? And I'm just looking at the original approval that was granted, and it is specific to a reduction of front setback in exchange for the benefits of the planned projects. So I think, you know, I think that when it's silent on a specificity, we're going to defer as staff, and if the question's asked, I'm going to say you have the ability to do what's available to you in ordinance, the same restrictions that anybody else. On the flip side, if this was a setback that also conditioned upon requiring a functional access to that building, as we're trying to aspire to with TC1, I would think that that would be grounds to say that this layout is inappropriate. You're not meeting that standard. Now, I want to just fully acknowledge, I think what you might be feeling is that in the context of our regulations, you sort of feel like, and I think you sort of feel like you're presented something and overpromised and underdelivered. And I think that tells us this is another opportunity where, based on that experience, it might necessitate more regulation to avoid that in the future, rather than perhaps reliance on the property owner.
Well, and also I just want to put it in the context of TC1, even if you require a door, if it's like a door that has a sign on it saying you can't use this door, that's not, in my mind, like
our language is a functional operable.
Well, and I don't want it to be the fire exit, right? Like the backside, like that doesn't meet that. That's counter to the reason that we want a door on that street. So like sorry, like I didn't expect to thank you for pointing out Commissioner Kim Randall what it looks like from the street, because like this is not what was approved. I saw the petitioner's hand up, and like maybe you can allay my fears, or like what's workable, like what's possible. Yeah.
Commissioner, your statements are certainly understood, and we respect them. Let me, just for context, remind our timeline here. Original site plan items you're referring to were in 2015. That was a year before the state of Michigan legalized our use type. That was 3 years before the city of Ann Arbor allowed this use type in 2018. So please take that into consideration, as well as the fact that we are in the CB2 district, not the T1. We are happy to work with you on facade issues, but please also appreciate, if you review the site plan, that our ADA handicap spots are on the parking lot side. While we are not proposing to use the second floor, the ADA compliant elevator is also on that side of the building. This is a medical marijuana provisioning center where a significant portion of our clientele are going to be consumers with severe and debilitating medical conditions, where we anticipate ADA is very important to them. We would love to take in reasonable suggestions for what our facade could be. We were happy to put, for example, a tree in the back, or consideration for what you might be willing to work with us on the 3 sides of the building that you're concerned about for side factors. But please also not lose sight of the fact that since 2015 to 2001, there's 6 years of change that we have to consider, as well as the use type that at the time you were referring to some site plan discussions that were occurring. The use itself was not even legal in the state of Michigan. So we certainly want to evolve with you, remedy any concerns you have, be a partner in the city, and make sure that the site is best used as possible. But we're also here to request your effective permission to operate a medical marijuana provisioning center. And that has a significant amount of limitation on us, significantly from how consumers can actually legally enter our property from state regulation standpoint, that really drive our kind of necessity to have our primary exit be the parking lot side. So please also just keep that in mind as we move forward. And again, we're willing to work with conditions and happy to improve sites to kind of find a compromise we can all be happy with. So thank you.
Yeah, and I would just say, this is also, right, one of the things required in a special exception use for medical marijuana facilities, or for marijuana facilities, is that it comes with a site plan. And this is where, for some buildings where we have such centers have been built a long time ago, and there's lots of things that like need improvements. This one was built relatively recently. Anyway, like that's just in my mind, that's what I'm thinking about as it relates to this particular site. I'm sad that this building has sat empty for a while. So I'm excited to see it activated because it's been empty. I'm also like, it's a shame that there's nothing happening upstairs because I assume that there's no good way to get upstairs, like to separate those. So like, that's again, like, I'm thinking like, is this the right use for this place? But I've talked enough. Commissioner White.
Thanks. Is it possible for me to get the screen sharing capability? I just want to show the Google Street View on the side that we were talking about because I had a question. All right, I'm still disabled. Now it is, thank you. All right. I'm going to see if I can do this correctly. In spite of my computer science degree, I mess up screen sharing in Zoom. So this was the side that Commissioner Gibb Randall was just talking about. This is the State Street facing side of the building, correct? If I agree with that. So what I am hearing is we want a functional door, which would be on this lower level, probably if just using this as a northwest southeast at this position to the west here on this lower placement, and then a facade, some kind of change to the exterior of the building since it's the State Street facing side, but it's going to be obstructed. And I don't know if I can switch quickly enough to the other. Great, I'm just going to close that and reshare. So there are these trees that are here. So this is the State Street view again. And then there are these 3 trees plus the Stay Bridge sort of sign that's here. So I was just trying to understand what we're asking the petitioner to fix within the site and how that is going to relate to our approval or delay tonight. So if someone, either staff or Commissioner Gibb Randall, if someone could just clarify that for me, that would just be helpful because go ahead.
Commissioner Gibb Randall, go for it.
Yeah, so I guess and we may have on the commission different opinions about this. I think that I hear what the petitioner is saying, that they need a single entry. I think it's appropriate that it's on the parking lot side. What I would like is something to have this facade that's facing State Street just look more engaging and just nicer looking. And the petitioner, seems to be in accordance with that. What I was asking for was that this sidewalk, I can't annotate in this version, that is coming to the center, that it be moved further to the south so that it's more directly connected to the path that actually goes around the building rather than sort of winding all the way around it, and it takes you really to where you want to go. And that so that it's just connected instead of you like moving north and then moving south and then moving east, that you just kind of come in it so that it's level with that south facade of the building and that you're heading to the front door at that point. That's what I was saying. People can have different opinions about it, but I just would like the front of the building to look better and that it might be less kind of circuitous for a pedestrian coming from the south to be connected more directly into that south sidewalk. So that's where I was coming from. But again,
okay.
You may have different opinions about this in terms of Commissioner Mills, you were kind of saying maybe we should have a door on that side, but I hear what they're saying about, the regulations around this from the state level and security and all that kind of business too. So I hear that also.
And for what it's worth, again, like maybe I've got I don't necessarily want to screen share, though I can, but the original plan was that the parapet wall would be in this southwest corner. So exactly where Commissioner Gibrandel wants that straight sidewalk, that's where it was supposed to be. There was a design element there that was up, and that's where the signage was. So that was the original intent. Did you have more, Commissioner Wedge? Okay, thanks. Commissioner Sauvé.
Again, I think I'm okay with this project. I'm just trying to figure out for the future a little bit about it, because like when we're resolving this, we're talking about area height and placement. So I know from an architectural standpoint, right, we could do renovations of buildings and we could put new openings and remove other entries and things like without having to go through the full site planning process. That would be a huge burden. So I get that, like, even in this time, they could have they could have built it as is, pulled a building permit to like renovate the facade and put different entry in or like close things up. Looking at the previous floor plan to this one, it's not what they did. This is just how they built it. But I guess what I'm trying to get down to is looking at the approved site plan for area height and placement, such as like the parapet, and it shows additional height in an area. Like what should we expect? And I apologize to the petitioner, like this is kind of a deviation of the conversation, but I think it helps for this evaluation so that we all feel confident about, you know, what our final vote is, and then future ones. Like what should we expect to evaluate when we are looking at building elevations and floor plans relative to area height and placement? Like I understand probably like the full footprint, but if we're talking about height and this shows some things higher than others, are we just talking about height limit and it can always be shorter? Are we talking about a tolerance in the square footage wiggling?
So our area height and placement specifies height. I'd sort of flip that around. I think you're absolutely right. We provide flexibility within those area height and placements to make modifications. If I would suggest like the proposal as originally presented that had, an enhanced higher parapet wall at the southwest portion of the building. On what standards would that be approved and what standards would you reject it? The standard is, does it meet the height requirement? Does it meet the setback requirement? We then regulate changes based on the UDC. What can you do with modifications? What can you do without modifications? In this case, I think probably, and I frankly don't recall the analysis of this, but a lot of times what you'll see in development agreements is that we include language that says, hey, you're going to build this architecturally like you present. However, if you want to make changes, you're going to present them to staff, and staff is going to determine whether or not they are minor or deemed significant. I will tell you that generally they tend to be minor because the proposed changes are within those area height placements. They're not changing the height limit. They're not changing the setbacks. They're not changing the floor area, because all of those things would trigger a new site plan review. So they tend to be minor in nature. I think to the extent we're making decisions that are relying upon those aspects, I think those should be looked at more carefully. When those aren't key component to it, when you are making a decision on a site plan that is very much use-based and there's no conditions or anything relating to that, it's going to be easier, I would say, for me to conclude that those changes are insignificant. If this approval said that as part of the planned project, in exchange for a reduced setback for the retail building and entry to it, that would be a clear indication that that was part of it. Obviously, that was the intention there, but the details of those regulations and what our code allow and don't allow matter subsequently to those decisions. And
then I guess like looking at the material, like there's like multiple materials, and now we have a block wall.
Yeah.
And only in like the downtown districts where we have the design guidelines on top of it is something that we can regulate. But outside of that design guideline district, that just, so even if it's on the site plan, like it could change and we could see something later that's different outside.
I mean,
of
it's just it's just like you said, because we don't set that standard. We don't apply that standard differently to a plan that is approved versus a building that's there. I don't think it would be equitable to say, oh, because you're approved but not built, we're holding you to this standard. But if your building's already built, it's a different standard.
Yep. Okay.
I mean, it's a great question, and and if that's a desire, I think we should look at code changes that memorialize that more specifically. I mean, communities do that. Communities set that there has to be a certain number of materials. There has to be a certain variability of plane. There has to be a certain variability of height. But in order to meet those, we're going to have to define something measurable.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's helpful. It helps for me to clarify, between the architecture and the site plan. Having from the other side, I hope it helps with other people too. This is just like a good masterclass to go through this thought scenario. So thank you.
Was there questions or anything else that was unresolved, Commissioner Sauvé? Okay. Any other commissioners have questions or discussion? Mr. Leonard, go ahead.
I would just projecting a little bit that there is enough question about the presence of that building on South State, the circulation, particularly of pedestrians, if that is only going to be a rear access to it, that it might warrant providing the petitioner with some additional time to respond to those things and give you specific information about how they might alter that elevation on South State, how they might look at sidewalk plantings and what have you. So I would just, from my observation, I'm sensing enough question and uncertainty from the Planning Commission, not that you're concerned about the use, but that you'd like to see some more information about these details before you take action. So I would just speculate that a postponement for this petition might be in order as well, and just wanted to suggest that.
Well, and I would, I see the petitioner's hand. So particularly if it's to this issue about what you're hearing from us, go for it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, our goal is to open and operate, and to the extent that if it would help anyone kind of just consider what might help everyone get to that point, we are happy to accept conditions to make commitments to facade, sidewalk change, landscaping. We would much prefer that you tell us exactly what we need to do and hold us to committing to those conditions and allow us to move forward at a faster rate than for us to have to schedule something, come back. I mean, we hear you loud and clear. You want us to improve the facade, handle some landscaping issues, address sidewalk. If there's a way that you can put those conditions onto an approval, that would be our preference. Short of that, obviously, we'd rather have more time to address than be denied, obviously, but we would prefer to have a conditional approval with defined goals for us to meet as opposed to pushing this another meeting, considering the fact that we have been obviously on the provisioning center side in the queue and waiting since 2018. So we are ready to operate and very excited to do that and happy to work with the city and to meet all of those concerns and any other you think are reasonably appropriate to address your overall site concerns addressed here tonight. So just for your consideration, thank you.
Thank you. So, and just maybe for Commissioner Weich, just so that you know, sometimes there can be some things that are occasionally added on as conditions to our, this is approved subject to X, Y, and Z. And historically, actually, on some of these special exception uses, like initially that was done a lot with hours of operation. Sometimes it's more appropriate to postpone things and let the petitioner figure it out and come back to us with a proposal. So that's effectively what I translating, that's what I just heard. I'm going to confess that I am like, so much of this is about like, this has changed my thought about our processes overall. It's not about this. To Commissioner Sylvain's point, it's not so much about this. It's more about like making sure that like our goals of moving things up so that they can be accessed from the street continue, like are actually used that way. And I get that holding this to that standard, it's just, I'm speechless because, or not quite speechless, but because that's a big part of our overall goals in the city, and figuring out how we can maintain that, I think is important. So certainly something that improves that facade, I would be in support of, to make it more welcoming and look like not so much like a back. But at the same point, maybe not confuse people. And so I don't know what that looks like. I defer, we kind of started this conversation, Commissioner Dish, with you saying like, what might that be? Hearing this conversation, I'm going to put it back on you. in hearing what, lots of different ideas, do you have or anyone else have thoughts? And either Commissioner Dish or Mr. Leonard?
I just wanted to, first, I want Commissioner Weich to tell me how he found the address on State Street so he could look that up on Google Street View, but that can be for later. So the picture that you showed us made me understand what Commissioner Gibrandl was saying about the teaser sidewalk. Really, really, I think moving that would be significant, because it walks you up to the building as if you're going to get into a door, and you get up to what looks like a register for electricity or something like that, for some sort of meter, and you're just standing in front of a glass pane. So that's not very desirable. And if you wanted to, I don't know if Commissioner Gibrandl, you were suggesting putting some amenities on that side. So if people wanted to not avail themselves of the courtyard that's in the hotel that's across from the parking lot, but come around, exit the building into the courtyard, but into the parking lot, but come around to the State Street side and have some seating. I wasn't sure when the petitioner mentioned, or Mr. Hobenhaver, when you mentioned seating, if you meant it on the State Street side. That might be really nice. I mean, that would go a long way to making that a more hospitable space, as well as varying the color of the brick on that side would be really terrific. So those would be, so the three things would be a facade improvement, a moving of the sidewalk. If you could put a box around that icky register, just because it's just like, I mean, we're not in Paris, it's not the Centre Georges Pompidou. So let's put, let's make things look finished on the outside. And moving the sidewalk. Those would be three very, well, I guess three plus a tiny one, which is make that register thing not look so awful. Those would be great for making a hospital space on State Street that doesn't require you to add an entrance. And I really appreciate Commissioner Sauvé emphasizing how much of a big burden it would be to reorient this whole project. And I don't think it would be reasonable for us to ask that. So those would be things that I would ask for. And I saw that you wanted to say something, Mr. Copenhaver, so please be invited.
Sorry, if no one can tell, I'm a talker, so apologies. No, I was actually, we were looking at the site and discussing directly, me and the petitioner. We'd be happy to, perhaps instead of just removing that sidewalk, perhaps turn it into more of like a seating area, placing something more obviously directing the flow of traffic, and then instead of necessarily ripping something out and making it usable, we're willing to, obviously, as I previously mentioned, hear your specific concerns or ideas of what we could do. But suffice to say, like if you want to put a bike rack or maybe some landscaping back there to deter from buildings or something. All of that's on the table. We're happy to do whatever you think is appropriate, and we'll obviously try to go above and beyond our minimums. But if we could clearly define what would address these concerns so that we can hit those minimums and allow us to obviously focus on what our goal here is to get into the state portion of review and compliance and safety issues, we're happy to put all that on the table and work with you there. So thank you.
Commissioner Gibb-Randall.
So I was referring to a patio that I see in the present proposed site plan that is at the kind of at the junction of the southeast corner of the building. So there's an existing little patios on that. It looks like there's some, tables and chairs and things like that. So I saw it in there. It looks hot and dry. And I thought, moving one of those trees over there would be a nice thing. For me, it's a pretty clear thing in terms of what I feel like I would be asking for, that I would be comfortable just moving ahead with this, where we don't really have a lot of jurisdiction over what the building looks like anyway. You all come up with something that City Council would look at, or I don't know, does City Council even look at this? No, okay. So you would have to work with staff to be able to come up with something for the facade. Move that sidewalk to the south side so that it's a direct connection and you're not walking around in a circuitous way. And if you want to move a tree, that's great. It's not like a big hang up for me, but it would just make it more comfortable for people. And it's something that you kind of probably would see as you're walking up the sidewalk to say, hey, there's something going on over there that would sort of draw you in. So those are and I like the idea of screening the ugly utilities. So I feel like these things are pretty accomplishable in terms of just moving forward without us seeing like what your, patio furniture looks like and what the building, so I feel like those are pretty straightforward things that I feel like, your willingness to work with us seems obvious, and that I would trust staff to be able to work out with you. That's how I feel.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt, and then Commissioner Dish.
Another thing I might add to that list, I fully agree on moving the sidewalk and making it more direct, is lighting. I'm not really sure what the plan for lighting is, particularly for that sidewalk. If we want to really direct people from State Street around to the back, you might be able to accomplish more of that too, if it's like really well lit.
Commissioner Dish, go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't sure. Yeah, so I'm seeing now the seating that Commissioner Gibb-Randall was talking about. And I really liked when you suggested putting a bike rack on the on the State Street side and putting seating there. And I wouldn't mind even if you just reoriented the outdoor seating and made the patio on the State Street side, because then what you're saying is there are people who are going to drive here and they're probably going to get in their car and leave. But there are other people who might walk here, who might bike here. They might want to, they're going to come back to get their vehicle, which is their bicycle, or they're going to be on their feet, and invite them to have a seat and, enjoy a little time or eat a sandwich. I don't know. But because for me, the idea of outdoor seating on the edge of a parking lot, it's not very appealing. So, and you have, there's grass in front and stuff. And so that might be it's just a way of welcoming a different kind of visitor to the building.
Mr. Leonard.
So two things. I'm happy to work with the petitioner on conditions as specified. I just want to be clear, then you're leaving some of that discretion to me as opposed to you. I'm happy to, but I want to be clear, I'm happy to do that. I do just want to acknowledge that the property line actually follows the pretty proximate to the building. Remember, the building's only 5 feet off the property line. So when we're talking about the State Street side, I just want to be mindful that there might be limitations of what can happen in the right of way, both from, depending on where the utility structures are placed or any seating there. So but to be clear, I'm happy to work through the best solutions that we can come to, but I just want to I just wanted to raise that aspect as well.
Okay, so a church pew.
To make sure that I think that this will all help accomplish the goals of a better connection and a better view from State Street. So I'm supportive of that. I'm supportive of staff working within the confines. What I heard, and so like just so we're articulating like because we would need presumably a motion to amend this. So add one other condition to the proposal. The things that I heard were realigning the sidewalk from State Street, adding some sort of seating, ideally. This is where the bench or bicycle parking on that facade, maybe activating that facade, and some sort of facade improvement. And potentially what I heard from Commissioner Gibrandl was maybe moving a tree, but maybe not. Did I misrepresent anything?
I just want to be clear, are you talking about the west facade or the west and north facades?
I most care about the west facade. And I think what we're really talking about, because all of our activity is focused on the southwest. Like if the southwest looked nicer, where that's closer to the door at the path.
Right. Yeah, I think those would be great if somebody wanted to move those as additional conditions.
Can we make lighting a condition?
Oh, I had lighting down as a side thing.
Just, I know that the hours of operation go until after dark, so in some seasons.
Subject to dark skies compliant lighting.
What I would suggest is, we don't have the revised outdoor lighting adopted yet, but you could make a condition that this comply with that language as currently drafted. To the petitioner, I just want to be clear, that means that it's prescribing certain lighting temperature, spectrum, shielded fixtures, and when the business is closed, your lighting fixtures are closed. So
we're perfectly fine with that as long as we make it clear that it's subject to, as if it changes significantly, it's the final version of that within reason. Is that going to be made clear? Like, we're happy to comply with that, obviously. I just want to, if I don't want to comply with something that is drastically changed if it's still in design, that's all.
Let's just get the condition on that too.
I can't hear you.
I think the condition to be I would suggest to comply with that ordinance as it's currently considered. I mean, we have a snapshot of that was considered at City Council. We can provide that to the petitioner so that that's clear. And even if it does evolve, it would be sort of reflective of this iteration of it.
Okay, yeah, perfectly reasonable. We're happy to that's perfectly fine. That addresses my concern. I know that I'm fairly familiar with it. It's not likely to change significantly anyway. So.
And Commissioner Amherst, I want to be clear, are we talking the entire site? Are we talking for the improvements that might be altered as part of this sidewalk area reconfiguration?
I don't think I studied the site plan enough to see like what the lighting plan was, but I would be okay with making it dark sky compliant for whatever's on the site, but especially enhanced around that like front sidewalk area.
So the proposed motion would be to modify the site plan, additional condition on the special exception use approval, to work with staff to make the following modifications: move the sidewalk to the south as it connects to South Street for a more direct route, seek to screen the utilities in an improved fashion, look to improve the west facade. Any lighting as part of this work would be dark sky compliant, and investigate other pedestrian or non-motorized amenities at the southwest portion of the building to encourage more accessibility and, I guess, a desire for that mode of travel to that building. Is anybody moving that?
And just keeping in mind that the dumpsters are there, like the petitioner said. So just as you all are figuring all that out.
I actually had just a slight question. Sorry, I don't want to
I was going to
interrupt
sneak in
the
before
flow.
go
Thank
ahead.
you. So I've been looking at the site plan the whole time, and as I'm looking at it, the position of the dumpsters don't conform to the site plan. They are open towards the building, but in the site plan there is a wall and then a gate or a fence to the south, and so part of what I was wondering, so I'm not yet proposing anything. I was just wondering, as we were walking through this list of conditional requirements, how is it possible to just ask them to do what's in the actual site plan, since there was a deviation? So have them just correct things back, because that would put the dumpsters in the right position. It would put the patio where we have been discussing. It would put the sidewalk where it was in the site plan, and then all of the other conditions for lighting and the facade would be captured. Am I understanding this correctly? Because everybody's faces just changed significantly, and I can't read your faces yet because I don't know you personally.
I mean, I would say that's possible. I would ask some conveyance of authority to me to make the final determination. Because
yes, I have no objection to that. Yeah, and I wasn't even proposing anything. I was actually just asking some questions.
The short answer is you could, and I would want to have a conversation with our solid waste staff to make sure that some changes were made for some revision to their standards or desire to improve the functionality. But the short of it is, yes, you could do that.
Okay, because I mean, it looks like everything that we were asking for was in the plan. They just didn't do it, which gets us all the way back. It's like what's the movie where they start at the end and they move their way forward. So it gets us all the way back to what Commissioner Dish said at the beginning, which is we have a site that was built but doesn't conform to the plan. What do we do if we have objections? And so I am, having listened to the conversation and continuing to look at the site plan, if they would just do what's in the site plan, I think it would accomplish a significant portion of what we are asking. And then it doesn't feel so arbitrary also, because it's like, it's right here, we're looking at it, they've scoped it out, they put in the measurements, but then they just didn't build it that way. Am I reading that correctly?
I mean, we could even find a better spot on the site altogether, which would open up more flexibility for that corner.
Okay, thank you.
So this is a site plan from 2014. Is that what I'm confused.
I'm just looking at what is in Legistar. So when you go to this agenda item and you click on the link, it lists all of the attachments, and I have opened the Staybridge site plan.pdf, and then I've scrolled all the way down to where it has renders of the site. It shows the sidewalk in a position that I think you're asking for. It has a patio. It has the dumpsters, but the dumpsters, there's a wall for the back of the patio, and then the dumpsters are on the south side, and you enter, there's a gate. It's like a W, so I'm assuming that's some kind of gate or fence. And then there's some other notations here as I'm reading the plan, but I don't know if I'm reading this correctly. So I want to defer, because I know many of you are architects and urban planners and so forth. So
the version that I'm reading that was from the staff report from when this was voted on in 2015 does show the dumpsters in the same place, but I would just note that immediately north of the dumpsters, what was shown in that is public art display. Clearly, like, there are, right, like tables along State Street. Like, this is where we got lots of like thinking about what's shown. And even, even on the site plan now, if there's tables shown there, it seems like that may not necessarily mean that we're going to get tables in a particular place. So I think, yeah. But the basic idea of going back with this list seems reasonable, and I think to the extent thinking about where the dumpsters are, right, in context of what else is there, or what could be there, I think makes a whole lot of sense. We haven't moved that yet. that condition yet. Does anybody want to make a motion to move it? Commissioner Gibrandl, seconded by Commissioner Dish. Discussion of this additional condition. All in favor of adding the additional condition, which is to work with staff towards those list of things, please raise your hand or say yes. All opposed? Sorry, Commissioner Clark, I didn't see a hand or hear anything. That's why I did the, you're a yes? Okay, so you should mark us all down as yes. So now we have an amended petition. Remember that there's two petitions. One is on the site plan overall, the landscaping part, and the other is for the special exception use. Any more discussion? I think we'll take them together. It sounds like makes sense. For final votes, we do a roll call vote. So Mr. Leonard, could you do that? But we can't hear you.
I hear you.
Really? Commissioner Mills,
Yes. We're lip reading a little bit.
Commissioner Gibrandl,
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Dish,
Yes.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner Weich.
Yes.
Carries unanimously.
Very good. Okay. Good luck. Thank you. All right, back to the agenda. Oh, goodness. One more item of new business, which is item 9C somewhere. I will find it. This is the site plan review thresholds for city council approval. This is an ordinance amendment. Because this was something that was on our work plan, actually given to us by city council, that we gave, then assigned to ourselves. We'll go directly to the staff presentation and then we'll have the public hearing.
Yeah, if I could, I'm gonna start it and then I'm gonna quickly turn it over to Matt. Are you able to hear me now?
Yep.
All right. So I just want to, for the benefit of you as commissioners, for the benefit of Ordinance Revisions Committee members and the public, the version that was put in your packet looks quite different from the version that the Ordinance Revisions Committee recommended be passed on to the full Planning Commission. I don't believe that there is change to the functionality of it. In short, Matt's going to summarize this, but I just want to highlight a couple of changes. One, the previous version of the table, what we were intending, and we were going through the exercise of trying to list every possible type of development activity that might occur in the city. And you can imagine that's difficult to do. Instead of doing that, we have taken a different approach where we've sort of shifted what the current framework of site plan threshold requirement is on its head. That is, right now, the UDC says that every single development activity, no matter how big or small in the city, requires city council approval, unless the ordinance specifically exempts it, or the city council delegates that authority to the planning commission or the planning manager, or through permitting. What this ordinance does is it flips that script, and instead it says the only activity that requires site plan review and approval are those things listed in this table. Everything else can be done through a zoning permit and or building permit. What that means is this table is a lot shorter than the previous version you saw. However, what you're seeing is still those activities that still require site plan, but you're not seeing us list all the things that don't require site plan, because by the nature of that construction of the table and how we're specifying what requires site plan approval, it is all those items are inherently not requiring site plan approval because they are not specifically spelled out in that table. So that said, this is work that the city council has directed. if you have additional questions, we are happy to address them. We're happy to come back with modifications. I just want to be fair and realistic that it does look quite different, even from the members of the Ordinance Revisions Committee who have been seeing this for some time. But I think it does effectively respond to the City Council direction. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt.
Okay, good evening, everybody, and welcome to our new commissioner, Commissioner White. Nice to meet you, or virtually meet you, I guess. Hopefully soon enough. Welcome aboard. You picked a good meeting. Okay, so let me attempt to share my screen. Oh, it says it's disabled participant screen sharing. Okay. Get over there. All right, there we go. Okay, this should be it. Is everybody seeing my screen correctly? Okay, we're gonna share. Okay, all right, thank you all. So really, we've just got kind of a list here. What I'll touch on briefly is those highlights. These are taken directly from the staff report, really the highlights, and Brett touched on a couple of these. So really, I'll just read through these really quickly. So the first one, as you know, is that the current text of the UDC, we have all the site plan requirements written out in text, and I'm sure everybody's looked at that at least a couple of times. So really, in response to the council direction and making things easier to follow for both residents as well as developers, commissioners, even staff. So we've converted that to a table. So you will be seeing that shortly. So additionally, that the way, and again, Brett highlighted this, the way that the table is constructed, what we've got in there are all the elements that require site plan review. Whether that would be either for a planning manager level approval, whether it's a planning commission approval, or whether it's a city council approval. Things that are not included within that chart, as Brett mentioned, would be either through building permits or zoning compliance permits. Whoops, I switched page there. So, okay, the last one is on this page is a significant one. This is, again, responding to the direction from the city council initiative, which was really changing the level of approval from city council to city planning commission for any plans that are not associated with the rezoning. So again, like the typical kind of by right, for lack of a better word, site plan, really that corresponds exactly. So not something that requires, well, the special exception uses would still always be granted by you, but anything with the rezoning, we didn't have that on an agenda tonight. But whether it's a PUD or another typical rezoning to a C3 district, any site plan that requires a rezoning will still be required to go to city council. City council is still required by state law to approve any of those zoning changes. So, okay, building additions, 300 square feet or less would be exempt from site planning review. Again, this was an item responding to feedback from both from council, commission, as well as petitioners, and reflective of staff experience over the past many years of seeing where the true value added is in this process. So anything of a 300 square feet or less would be completely exempt from site plan, but again, that does not make them exempt from building or zoning review. They still have to comply with zoning regulations. You still have to comply with building code regulations. Construction of up to 4 units would be exempt from site plan review. Again, currently that's only true for single and 2 family. So single family and duplexes. So this would elevate up to 4 units that would be exempt from site planning. Again, and this, all zoning and planning requirements still apply. So you still need a conforming lot. So we look at an example of, say, some R4C lots. You would still need 8,500 square feet in order to construct additional units. So again, so you do have to still comply with building and planning requirements. You can do that. You can build 4 units without a site plan. 5 or 6 units would require a site plan review and approval by the planning manager. The review process would be exactly the same as it is now. A standard review that would go through all of our departments to review compliance with all sections of the UDC. Removal of planning commission level of, planning commission approval of administrative level changes when there's no site plan on file. So currently, there's a number of actions that were in the table where if you want to do something relatively minor, if you have a site plan on file, you can either administratively amend it or maybe perhaps go to planning commission if you have a site plan on file. But if you do not have a site plan on file, even if it's something extremely minor, you have to, the current structure would be to get a site plan approved by city council in order to do that minor change because you have no site plan on file. So we have revised that to say it doesn't matter whether or not you have a site plan on file or not. You're still complying to all the same development review standards. Again, this doesn't take away the staff review or even planning commission review at this point. It still, but it just removes that requirement for the previously approved plan. Construction of an outdoor deck, patio, or plaza.
Matt, I want to interrupt you. I think sure. I want to clarify something. I think you might have been misreferencing some of the approval levels. So right now, the code says, in that text, it lists a bunch of administrative level approvals, which is the equivalent to what we're now saying planning manager approval. Then it says under planning commission approval, those listed as administrative approval when there is not an approved site plan on file are planning commission approval. So I want to be clear.
Yes.
What this would do is eliminate that, and it would instead say whenever it is one of those categories that a planning manager approval is warranted based on the size of the project, regardless of the past presence of a site plan or not, it would stay at that level. So that's not quite what you said in your
yes.
presentation. I just want to be clear on that.
No, but thank you. No, that's important. That's an important clarification. So thank you. Anything else, please definitely chime in. So thank you for that clarification. So again, touching base, really the construction of an outdoor deck, patio, plaza up to 1,000 square feet would be exempt for site planning on developments with 4 units or less. It would require a site plan for planning manager approval for other uses, commercial uses or things like that. Okay, so really here is, and I'm not going to go through the table line by line, I don't think, because I can at least get it up on the screen. We have it in the packet as well. So really, but this is kind of a significant rearrangement of kind of how we looked at our code and how it was structured. And we think much better. And this is what Brett referenced, in that it is a different format from what the ORC originally saw. The information is still there. So, but it is a different format. We've tried to make it a little more user-friendly, where there's a couple of different ways to try and get the information that you want. You can start with the use along the top, or you can say by your required actions. So we've tried to group them in groupings that seem to make sense: site modifications, other site improvements, natural features, things like that you can reference along the left, or you can go to, okay, you're planning a 8-unit building, you can go on that and then kind of go down the list, and this is what you're planning to do to that 8-unit building, and then you kind of add them up and you see what level of approval that you need. Really, again, here, I'll kind of go through relatively briefly, but of how we've got this now organized, and you can see we have the abbreviations. I did copy the legend up at the top, so you can kind of follow along between the uses. And the M, planning manager, with the P for planning commission, and the C, obviously, for city council. Really, that was kind of the chart in detail. I can leave that up. I can read through every line, but I wasn't sure that was really an effective use of time. But we can definitely go back and reference that at any point. And if Brett wants to add anything else at this point, please do.
Yeah. While Matt has the screen up, I do want to point out one new item that we added as staff that wasn't seen by the Ordinance Revisions Committee. You see it highlighted in red here.
Yes.
This would be something just for consideration and discussion. Right now, we have different site requirements depending on number of dwelling units. Parking could be part of that, or which level of approval happens. And typically what we allow, as we sort of were discussing a little bit with the last project, is that interior renovations are permitted by building permit. The zoning code, as long as you're not changing the use, you're not adding floor area, and it's a permitted use in that zoning district, you're just permitted to do that through normal building permit process. This was, through some just discussion, a proposal to say, what would happen if you were renovating within the walls of an existing apartment building, for example, but you were increasing the number of dwelling units within that. Do we want to look at that differently than other interior renovations where you might just be making modifications to an existing use or an existing number of dwelling units. So I just want to highlight that is something new. We're happy to discuss it further, but that is a change in effect from what the Ordinance Revisions Committee saw.
That's correct. But I think that's the only addition. I'm sure that's the only addition for anything that the ORC had previously reviewed. And really, for the most part, a lot of this was, I think we were back in front of the Planning Commission April, March, I don't know, sometime kind of for the whole commission, presenting where we're at. And it really hasn't, a lot of the ideas we had at that time haven't changed that much. So sorry, that concludes the presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll open up the opportunity for the public hearing. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed site plan review threshold amendments to the UDC. If you wish to address the Planning Commission, press *9 if you're listening in by phone, or raise your hand if you've joined through Zoom. For phone access, for those who are watching this another way, you can call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly, and please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments.
Teresa Angelini, please address the Planning Commission.
Good evening. Thank you. And my name is Teresa Angelini. Address is 1315 Beechwood Drive in Ann Arbor. And I'm an architect, and I'm very familiar with using the ordinance and working through various projects, and been pleased to be part of this advisory committee. Though the stuff that was issued on Friday was a little bit something that we hadn't seen before, but I think it's a huge improvement. And, you know, thanks to staff that they've really listened and they've taken a really good hard look at the problems that were inherent in the current ordinance. I think in the same way that Ann Arbor has tried to move towards affordable housing, you know, affordable commercial development is really important too. And currently, you know, there are a lot of problems with the threshold, and I think that this will be a significant improvement. So I'm really in support of this. As I've gone through just, you know, some of the details, because kind of the devil's in the details here, I think, you know, some of the problems that will need to be addressed after this, I hope that this will be approved. But I think, you know, there's still room for improvement with this whole process once it gets within the city, because there are some things that are very clear in the ordinance, you know, with regards to parking and natural features and other standards. There are other things that are very obtuse, and the whole staff review that goes on through the city, through the fire marshal, engineering, sidewalks, stormwater, natural features, traffic, solid waste, can sometimes be in conflict with each other, and there is no referee. And for these small projects, it gets very expensive and very seemingly unnecessary. And there's just a lot of problems that are inherent in that process. So certainly for smaller projects, this will be a big improvement, especially for the under 300 square feet ones. Yes, I'm just flipping to the table. Just one small detail, well, maybe not so small, but on the having to do with the additions. Well, when the addition's greater than 300 square feet, but less than 10% of the existing floor area, I think that can get very confusing when there are some multiple buildings on the site. And that's a point that could be clarified better in the ordinance, because I think staff has their interpretation of it, but it's not really clear to others who are not so familiar with reading through it or enforcing it. So I think I'm in the support, and I will yield my time, and I really appreciate the improvements that are possible here. So thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending with 955. Caller with the phone number ending with 955. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hello again, Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. This is a fantastic project, and I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into all the detail. Looking forward to this moving through council. There was just one small thing that I had trouble understanding in the chart in table 5.29-1 under new construction. I was a little confused about the level of site plan review for construction of mixed-use buildings. In construction of mixed-use buildings that contained dwelling units, looks like it says site plan not required. So I was just confused about some of the notations in the chart, as well as, say, a residential building in a downtown district that might be, I don't know, an SRO type building or group housing. Looks like it doesn't require site plan review. So I was just concerned, confused about the chart a little bit there. And the other item is that I think it's appropriate and proper to delegate a lot of projects to administrative review, planning manager review. I guess just as a commission, it may be helpful just to see a list of those things and a brief description of what kind of projects got reviewed and approved administratively, quarterly or monthly or whatever, or as they happen, just so the commission can look at trends and what's being requested and what's being approved. So again, thanks again for all the hard work, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else, please use the raise hand feature on Zoom. All right, let me read the motion, which is the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve amendments to Chapter 55 Unified Development Code to amend sections 5.29.6 related to site plan review and approval standards. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Weich. Discussion of these. Commissioner Sauvé, and then Commissioner Dish.
Thank you for all of this. I guess, I want to talk about residential. I was at first confused, but I see how the two things in new construction kind of flip. 3 are for planning commission approval, 1's not applicable, and then 3 are for not applicable, 1's for planning commission. I guess I am asking the logic of requiring, I kind of support this when I think about it, but I want to hear kind of staff's logic of requiring planning commission approval for 1 to 4 dwelling units in mixed use or special purpose. Because my understanding right now is it's by right in almost anywhere, or just non-conforming sites are always by right single family, right?
It's single family. Well, remember, a single family is in a single or 2 family zoning district now. But right now, if you construct a single family house in a non-residential district like the downtown, it triggers site plan because the uses could be interchanged. So that's why that thing is there, because you construct a 1 for a unit, but if it's in a non-residential district, you can turn around and reuse that as a commercial building. So that's why that distinction is in there, because even now, again, a single or 2 family would trigger site plan if you're not in a residential district.
Got it. Yep.
So
and I think we're seeing something in the very future, soon to be meeting about enclosing a deck in a non-residential for something that was a previous residential thing.
Yes.
Cool. But I guess that's just the kind of default of a non-conforming residential means you can do single family is right now the default, which goes into the first row of construction of residential buildings not applicable for 1 to 4 dwellings is kind of how we see it now. Okay. That's good. And then I guess I want to just talk through this interior construction that results in a higher number of dwelling units and when and how we might see it. I know we did see, I think it was an R4C that had a unique scenario that had like 2 kitchens in 1 unit with 2 stairs that went up to bedrooms that felt very comfortable to just put a wall in the future. But it looked like a loophole to, you know, put parking in, and then maybe the code would catch up so that, you know, parking calculations on units versus dwelling might do something. That's how we all kind of interpreted some possible future of it. And so I guess that's one scenario I see this highlighted thing playing out, is that interior configuration. But in that circumstance, it was already maxed out, so it would not meet zoning requirements to do that conversion. So what sort of project would we see this additional line item applicable in?
I can give an example.
Okay.
And part of this actually has to do with a UDC change we made. So the former zoning chapter, chapter 55, you'll remember one of the significant changes we highlighted when we adopted the UDC is we actually clarified how we define floor area. Previously, many of you may recall that our floor area definition was space that is or could be made habitable. And that was often a difficult to measure, interpret, and as a result of that, we changed the UDC to a much more, I think, simple definition, which says floor area is the space between the exterior walls. It is the floor area of the building. What that actually means, though, is there could be a circumstance where you had a 3-unit house, and those 3 units were on the first and second floor of the building, and the basement might not have met the definition of habitable, to be made habitable, but now it is actually floor area. And you might decide that you would like to make the physical alterations to that basement where you could actually put a unit there. That's a circumstance where you'd be doing interior only renovations to a building. It wouldn't be adding floor area under the UDC. However, you might be going from 3 to 4 units, or you could be going from 4 to 5 units, which would be a different level of authority in this table. And so that's why that was the scenario that prompted the suggestion of this language.
Got it. Okay. That's helpful. I think the other thing, you know, we've gone back and forth about the 5 to 6 units. It's split up, right, you know, for public comment sort of thing. I'm just going to kind of raise it for conversation that, you know, a 5 to 6 dwelling unit in a residential would not make it to public comment as it's written right now, but it would in mixed use and special purpose. So it almost feels like a little, this is different than how we saw it before, right? It wasn't broken up by zoning district. We were just looking at dwelling unit count in the previous version. Is that correct? I didn't feel like it was split. Like we were just talking about one line item at 5 to 6 going to planning commission to make sure we had public comment.
Yeah, I would. I guess I'd have to go back to table, Matt. I don't know if you recall that. Yeah, I remember we were talking about whether it was going to be 6 units would be exempt, and if not, what the level was. My recollection was where we landed was this framework here that originally, I think we had originally explored 6 units would be an exempt. And I think the Ordinance Revisions Committee thought, I think for similar reasons, that was a little too far afield. Because it could be of a significant size or it could be impactful. And so this might have been frankly, a notation that we took out of that final meeting, and we didn't get it accurately. So I'm happy to look at modification of that.
Yeah, I would echo Brett's comments. I remember it, like, I think through the notes, it may have been an incorrect note. I think I do remember it because that we had it all lumped as a 1 to 6. And I thought in my notes that it was the 5 to 6 we wanted to take out for the planning manager. But again, that's why we're here tonight. So, but you're right, that does not include a public hearing with the planning manager approval.
Yep. Just for the mixed use and special purpose. Well, the mixed use and special purpose would include public hearing. It's only for in the residential districts. You could do a 6-plex only through planning manager.
Planning manager.
Yeah.
In that, for that residential district, that can only ever be residential use. In the special purpose or mixed use districts, that could start off as residential, it could morph into office, it could morph into some other use.
Right. And in both of those cases, a full site plan is still required to be drawn and reviewed in all of these. And I guess that's just to confirm, like the not applicable, just because I think this is getting at really helping smaller projects and novice kind of developers understand, you know, what's of it, like what is expected of you. I know it does say you can get at permit level. I'm not sure if there's further clarification of like, you still need to meet the standards, even if like a site plan is not required, how to like re-articulate that one more time, maybe in the table. I think it says it like in the first paragraph. Sorry, I'm gonna throw the strike stuff. Yeah, any development included without will be through applicable city permits and regulations without necessity of site plan, right? A2. But just for legibility, but of course, you don't want to put repeat words everywhere. I don't know. It's just something to think about. I'm happy as it is, but an asterisk that says still needs to meet site plan requirements would be helpful.
I just want to say I totally agree with that tension you're hearing, and that's how Matt and I ended up evolving this table too. And ultimately, we decided let's have it be a site plan table. And elsewhere in the ordinance, it says you need a zoning permit for everything. And here we're saying we're repeating that you need a permit for everything, unless it's in this table, then you need site plan. And I totally appreciate that tension. That's where I started. That's where we were presenting with the ORC. Wouldn't it be great if there was one table where all of that gets answered? I think at the end of the day, that was messier and it was bigger. And I hope this is a better way.
Yeah, I think all I'm saying, like if it says NA, site plan not required.
What does that mean? Yeah.
Yeah, just like comma, standards still need to be met.
Yeah.
To like finish that sentence, not just like you don't have to meet standards is I think how it's interpreted. So like just adding a comma and a little clarity might help that. So those are mine. I really, really appreciate all of this work to this point. Thank you.
Commissioner Dish.
I actually just wanted to say how welcome these changes are. And it is wonderful that Ann Arbor is moving into what the Professional Association of Planners recognizes as a best practice, which is not to send to council by right site plans, which council cannot turn down. So that is wonderful. And removing the barriers to things that don't need as stringent review as we have them. But I also wanted to say that for the most part, I think that we're finding tiny little bits around the edges where the table could be more clear. But I know how hard it is to present information to people in a way that is pedagogical, that enables them to learn it. And so the minute that you realize, let's make this a site plan table, what a great inspiration. And this is so tidy and so neat. And it does such an amazing job rather than all those, that sea of red text that you've crossed out. This table is so organized and amazing. I'm really impressed and really happy. So thank you. And I was gonna ask a question about the dwelling units, but Commissioner Soe already did. So that was that.
Commissioner Weich.
Just a quick question, what I hope is a quick question since I'm new to all these changes, Johnny come lately here, was as I read the table and the first line under activity accompanying legislative action, any site plan, area plan, or concept plan accompanying a rezoning petition, those go to council. Do they bypass planning commission, and do they bypass staff review? Okay, so just in my first reading, just coming to the table, it appears to me that it goes directly to council. I'm sure the people who are used to reading the code know that there's a series of steps. If there's any little asterisks that will say these items that go to council have to go through this process, it just improves the readability for, say, a homeowner like I, who might want to turn my single family dwelling into a quadplex, but I am in zone single family. And so I apparently will need to request a rezoning in order to make my single family dwelling a quadplex. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go straight to council. It means I have to go through a staff review. I have to come to planning commission. My neighbors may come to planning commission and oppose at the public hearing, me converting my house in that way. And then it goes to council pending approval. So if there's just some way for me who wants to convert my housing in that way to read that more clearly, that would be helpful. Thank you.
You moved until my mute button moved. Sorry, Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
That was actually very helpful to hear. I was going to say, I think this is a lot more clear than the level 1, level 2, level 3 stuff from previous iterations, but maybe even just on this table, you could just say site plan approval by planning manager and planning commission, site plan approval by planning manager, planning commission, and city council or something. I'm sure we can work that out. I think this looks really great. I think this is this is very clear. I am wondering, and this is something Mr. Westphal, when he brought that up, so there's the NAs under new construction, because literally those things do not apply, right? You cannot construct construction of a residential building in a residential district, the all other uses thing, that's literally not applicable. But all of the other NAs just means you can do that. It just doesn't require a site plan. So I wonder if there's a way to block it out, black it out, or the ones, and it might only be those two under that new construction at the very end. But I wonder if there's a way to just sort of distinguish between NA means you don't need a site plan, or NA means that it's literally not applicable. This is great. Thank you very much. This is a lot of work.
I wanted to follow up on the question about the 300 square foot addition, and if that applies if you have multiple buildings on your site, where that language is. Because I know we've talked about this, but.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And Ms. Angelini has been a proponent of this for some time. I think she shares that perspective with others, but where that interpretation comes from, I don't profess that it is perfect, but it is in the definition of floor area. We define floor area, as I was mentioning before, as the area between the exterior walls of a building. That has an impact. 300, a percentage of a building is less floor area than if that same percentage was applied to the floor area cumulatively of all of the buildings on a site. I think we talked about this a little bit at the Ordinance Revisions Committee too. That also has implications about what the proper level of review is for that. So I think I appreciate the critique. I think there's two critiques of it that are fair. one, is that the right way to measure it? Should it be by building or should it be by site? And two, having to interpret that through mining definitions does take a little time. And as indicated, it could, somebody might read it differently than the way staff does. So this, to be clear, this doesn't change that approach. This, we are changing that 300 square feet is a new approach, but we are not proposing the change in this change that would change that measurement from a building percentage measurement to a site percentage measurement.
Thanks for the additional clarification there. I went through and did some comparison with what we discussed at the last ORC, and we decided to make a change. This was kind of in the same vein as what Commissioner Sauvé said about the 5 and 6 family units and whether there should be public hearings associated with them. But the things that I caught that were different is outdoor patio or plazas up to 1,000 square feet. At least on the table that we had last time around, we had said that they would be exempt. And here, there would be some that are not. And I don't remember discussing like that was a bad idea. I mean, that's one that just kind of stands out to me as I'm not sure. That seems pretty small.
Matt, help me out if I have this wrong, but I think that is fair. That is a distinction. We have had a couple of projects come up too. One of the things you may recall, I think that generally our accessory buildings and accessory structures, all of our code provisions warrant a lot of work and a lot of modification. I think that previously we were, we did. I don't know that we had. Well, yeah. I thought that we were always distinguishing them, but the levels might have been adjusted. So I'm happy, I guess in short,
get a revisit.
The structure here is right. I would be grateful to hear what you think the appropriate level is. But generally, I would say that as those get larger, they warrant more consideration. They're going to have more impact for stormwater. They might have the potential to have more impact to natural features. My apologies if we got it off, but I'm happy to discuss what you think the appropriate level might be.
And I think what it is right now, at least again, according to the table that I have from the last time, was that it's
under 1,000 was exempt.
Under 2, well, we have it listed as the proposal would be exempt. It's currently 2 and 3 based on site plan. So, I mean, it's no worse than it is right now, but that's one where I don't remember saying, oh, no, we do want to still look at those. The proposal was to be exempt. I thought that we said like, sure, that makes sense. Let's make those all exempt.
Was that up to 1,000? Sorry, was that up to 1,000 square feet?
Up to 1,000.
Yeah. Okay.
And the ones that are bigger than that, then were not to be exempt. I don't honestly remember discussing that, and so that's where I was. And some of this is like clerical things, right? When you go from translating one to the other, like I imagine that it's easy for M's and P's to get mixed up.
What are the commission's thoughts on that? I mean, I know we could modify that so that up to 1,000 square feet is exempt. If that were the case, I think we might want to relook at our additions too, because 300 square foot addition is going to have really similar impacts to a 300 square foot patio or a 300 square foot garage shed or you name it.
I think that was part of it. Sorry, Brad. I think that was part of the discussion, though, as this is bringing back, when we followed up from the ORC, is that we had that discrepancy where we were allowing a 300 square foot, the addition, but like say a 600 square foot addition would trigger the site plan, but a 600 square foot patio wouldn't. So it didn't, we had to kind of, I think, make that distinction there about how big is too big. But I would have to go back and check the notes. But again, we're interested in commission's definitely their views on that tonight if we interpreted that incorrectly.
Commissioner Gibrandel?
When you're saying exempt, what do you mean by that, Commissioner Mills? Does that mean that it like doesn't meet any standards at all? You can build a patio, it still is stormwater and all that kind, okay. Okay.
I would say like my interpretation, right, is that it's like, it's the zoning, like you still have to get zoning approval, but like it means that you don't have to go through all of the natural features and also bring the whole site. Because that's the other part that's, remember, like if you're shown on this as requiring anything other than NA, and I'm just saying this to make sure that I have Mr. Leonard nodding, it's the entire site, not just that thing, right? It's all, we did not, one of the things that we decided not to bite off right now was site plan light or like only doing part of it or only doing part of the site.
So if I wanted to build a patio at my restaurant that was, 999 square feet, I would still need to get approval through staff in terms of managing water for that and all that kind of thing.
You'd still have to propose building permit and a grading permit.
Right, but do I need to do stormwater for that or no?
Yeah, under this, a 999 square feet and a mixed use, non-residential use would require you to submit a site plan showing that on there. We're going to look at the whole site, but it's going to be for planning manager approval.
But it's for the whole site? It's
Yep.
not just for the...
And to be clear, it would all, at least the way that I read this, is that if you're a restaurant and you want to put a 9 square foot deck or patio on here, it's under 1,000 square feet. It falls under that. Like there's no minimum.
I think that would fall under the line above it because it's under 300 square feet. So that would, any accessory greater than 300 square feet. So if it was under 300 square feet, then it's just going to be a building permit because it's not listed in the table.
But if it's, I think that we might need to add ranges because I completely missed that and I think I would not be the only person. So if everything under 300 square feet is exempt, cool. Yep. That's not how I read that though. And so I think like 300 to 1,000 square feet needs to be on that.
And again, you're defining exempt.
Permitted, not site plan.
Okay. But under 300 square feet, it's you don't have to do anything special for it.
Still permitted. Again.
Still permitted.
Yep. If it's not on the table, it defaults to zoning permit, building permit. We're not exempting anything from city building code zoning regulations. When it's NA here, it means that's done through the permitting process. It's not done through a site plan process.
Got it. Okay.
So Commissioner Gibrandel, like back to your question and to make sure that people understand, like if it's 301 square feet, then you would have to you have to do stormwater, parking standards, everything for the whole site for an outdoor patio.
Mm-hmm. That's enough to put one table on and chairs and have room to serve. Just so you, like when I just did the square root of that, just so you know, like just putting it out there.
Which is why I would opt to strike that and make them all NA all the way across there. That
you would say everything up to 1,000 square feet would be NA? Or are you talking about under 300 square feet?
What I thought we had discussed at ORC, and again, it could be different, but like that the deck, the patio, like in that medium size, could be just zoning review, building permit. But Commissioner Sauvé, you were part of that conversation too.
Yeah, I think we would strike everything up to 1,000 square feet is NA, which means we would just delete that whole line item because they're all NA, which means they don't land on the site planning table anymore.
Yeah.
And they were on the table previously because they were combined site plan, like what requires and what does not require site plan. So, because I think a lot of this discussion was over the past year, realizing the benefit of outdoor spaces and lowering the limit of being able to have building owners improve that space for people to use.
I just want to be clear, what's being discussed is striking outdoor deck, patio, plaza, or combination up to 1,000 square feet off of the site plan table.
And by default, that means that it only goes through zoning and building permits. I don't know Mr. Leonard, if that changes now, any accessory building, structure, or canopy, if outdoor decks are considered any of those things that are greater than 300 feet, but they're not specifically listed below, it seems to me then that they would fall back into that top line on that page, which is not the intention.
Well, outdoor deck, patio, and
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Outdoor deck, patio, and plaza are by their nature relatively flat, unenclosed, lacking vertical, I would say. And then an accessory building structure canopy would be anything that under this would be anything that's not a deck, patio, plaza, greater than 1,000 square feet. So what that would mean for that first line is that's going to include, I think we would probably redraft it to say any other accessory building or structure, a building up to 300 square feet, or a patio, deck, or plaza up to 1,000 square feet. No, that's not right. So if we strike that row, the impact is going to be then an outdoor patio that's 500 square feet is going to fall into that top row. So I think it actually might make more sense to leave it as up to 1,000 square feet and just make it NA across, where we're defining it. We're saying it's NA. The larger patio is defined by its requirement, and then the other line will stand on its own.
Okay.
That's my gut.
I got a couple other I don't know if there's Scrivener errors or this kind of thing. And actually, because this is a change, that's something that we would need to note as we should have discussion of that, because that's technically a proposed amendment. Is there any more discussion of that? Does anybody feel like those size decks, patios, plazas should be falling to site, should go through the site plan process? Mr. Leonard.
Do you care? How would a tent on that impact your decision? Let me rephrase that. How would a tent put up from Memorial Day to Labor Day,
right,
versus a beer grotto type of more permanent tent? Would it impact your thoughts on that size of plaza? And maybe it's getting late where we need to just.
I was gonna say, actually, I think it's getting late. It's difficult to think for me to think through all of it. And I think that there's a couple of other things that again, maybe that are different from ORC, and maybe we discuss them and I can put them in an email. But that I think that we should make sure we understand. So, yeah, maybe it makes sense to postpone. For the list now, though, I can go through those other things that I have, just so that you know, and to point out clarification. This is relocation of refuse stations was previously proposed as level 3. It's not appearing on here, so I think it means that it's now exempt, or I assume that means it's exempt. I just want to make sure that I'm okay with that, I think. But want to raise that because that is the difference. Addition of carports over vehicular use areas, also now exempt. That should be noted that we're exempting this. The wireless communication towers, replacement of those or enhancement. I don't see that. So I think that
doesn't require site plan.
Right. I think when we talked about it at ORC, at least it's on my table as being level 3 rather than exempt. So like I think I'm okay with that, but that the table that was in the ORC packet. And then just the other thing is on this on the natural features section, there's a reference to level 3, which we don't have level 3 anymore. So that's just kind of cleaning up some of that language. So when we talk about this next time, like doing a little bit more investigation.
I would suggest postponement to the September 8th meeting, perhaps, if that's the will of the commission.
Sounds fine. And would anybody like to move that? Moved by Commissioner Weich, seconded by Commissioner Gibrandl. Any discussion of postponement? All in favor, please raise your hand. That's all of the hands. Okie dokie. Next on our agenda is new business, including the bylaws, but I want to remind you that in the bylaws, if we can't take up anything else after 11 o'clock without a vote. I also remind you that we took this up 2 weeks ago. We got done quick, but somebody needs to, is anybody interested in moving Commissioner Sauvé to extend the meeting to take up the items of new business? Okay. Seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor of taking up the new business? All opposed? I think that the bylaws say it's a majority. So Commissioner Dish was opposed. Bear with us, Commissioner Dish. Thank you. The bylaws, review of the bylaws, staff. There's no public hearing.
Nope. Again, I'm sorry for the reconsideration of this. The proposed bylaws here incorporate some previous changes that you have already made. The additional changes being proposed eliminate the introduction item as a standing agenda item. We rarely utilize it, so we can always make an introduction without that being a standing agenda item. It also changes the terminology from master plan to comprehensive plan. We've had some conversation recently about how that term can have negative connotations to historic uses of slavery, paternalism, and so the bylaws would be changing to reflect comprehensive plan, making a couple of changes to just referring to the comprehensive plan then as the plan and the capital improvements plan as the CIP to distinguish those. And lastly, changing the attendance expectations to match those that were recently adopted by the City Council to apply to the Environmental Commission, although with some adjustments and increase because the Planning Commission meets 3 times as much as the Environmental Commission. So I've made the corresponding adjustments to match generally the percentages applied. It basically means that if you don't show up without notifying us after several meetings, the chair could contact the mayor and request your removal. It doesn't mandate it. And if all that sounds good, as presented in the staff report, a motion to adopt them as presented.
Would someone make the motion to approve the bylaws as presented? Moved by Commissioner Weich, seconded by Commissioner Gibrandl. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye or raise your hand. I see everybody's hands, so that motion carries. The next item of business is election of officers. of new business is election of officers.
The election of officers is also specified in the bylaws. It happens on an annual basis. Three little birdies told me that the current slate of officers, Chair Mills, Vice Chair Gibb Randall, and Secretary Abrams are all willing to continue to serve in that capacity, and they may do so for one additional year before other of you are going to be thrust into similar roles. Consistent with that, a commissioner could move to reappoint that slate of officers for another year.
Would anyone like to move that? Moved by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt. Any discussion, or are there other, like, I don't,
you could, if there are any other nominations as well, they'd be.
Yeah, any other nominations? All right. All those in favor of the slate of officers, please raise your hand. That is all hands, so the motion carries. Item 11 is public comment. We do have a caller, so this is your opportunity to speak for up to 3 minutes about any item of interest. If you'd like to address Planning Commission at this time, you can press *9 on your phone if you've called in. For those who are listening in, if you'd like to make a public comment, please call 877-853-5247 and enter meeting ID 977-6634-1226. City staff will call on those who have raised their hand digitally. And at the beginning of your comments, please state your name and address and mute any background sounds.
Caller ending with 955. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hello again, Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. I won't be as long-winded as before. I appreciate all the work you're doing. I guess with regard to the petition that you saw tonight, as well as some others that don't reflect the future plans for our corridors, I wonder if there's a way to kind of tackle, this issue while we're waiting to get those corridors rezoned. My sense is that given the long time frame, you may be seeing more and more of these petitions, which can be built by right, minus the drive-through, of course. And it'd be a shame to see that happen while we're undergoing the rezonings. So I guess I would just ask you to think about what can be done in the meantime. I'm not a big fan of moratoriums, although that can be used responsibly for short durations. But I think there might be other ways of looking at, parking maximums or something where we won't get these buildings that take up, an eighth of the lot, or, just have tons of parking surrounding them while we're waiting for everything to get rezoned. So just throwing it out there. Appreciate your hard work again, and speak to you next time. Thanks.
Thank you, and thanks for joining us all night. Seeing no other callers, we can move on to item 12, which is commission proposed business. Is there any? I'm going to quickly ask Mr. Leonard if you could please put on our list discussion of doors along, like the facade along corridors that we want to activate. And if you can actually put the second petition that we had tonight as our example to come back to. I really want to make sure that we have this solved in TC1, and like the language that we have ensures that they are usable doors and not fire exits along those corridors. And with that, if you can add quickly a second item of business to this, maybe, I think it's related about transit corridors and thinking about options until things are rezoned, particularly with respect to drive-throughs. Any other commission proposed business? Item 13 is adjournment. Moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Gabriel. All in favor? Good night. Thank you. We did it. Welcome.